Hello everyone, welcome back to Midnight Lullaby. I know many of you are here to drift gently into sleep. Before you close your eyes, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. I'd also love to hear from you in the comments. Let me know where in the world you're listening from. Now, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and let the story carry you into dreams. Story 1. I took the night custodian job at Riverside High because I needed the money and didn't mind being alone. The pay was better than day shift, and after 6 years of retail work dealing with angry customers, the idea of empty hallways and silence sounded like paradise. The principal, Mr. Hartwick, gave me a brief tour on my first evening. The school was older than I expected, built in the 1950s, with additions tacked on over the decades, creating a maze of corridors that didn't quite connect logically. He showed me the supply closets, the circuit breaker room, the locations of the security cameras. The system's a bit outdated, he said, gesturing to a monitor showing grainy black and white feeds. We're getting upgrades next year. For now, just do a walk through every hour. Make sure everything's locked up. The motion sensors will alert you if anything unusual happens. Has anything unusual ever happened? I asked, trying to sound casual. He paused, his hand on the doorknob. Kids break in sometimes. Vandalism, mostly. But if you see anyone, call the police. Don't try to be a hero. He left me with a ring of keys and a two-way radio that crackled with static when I tested it. I was alone in a building designed for 2,000 students, and the emptiness should have been peaceful. Instead, it felt watchful. I started in the east wing, checking classrooms, making sure windows were locked. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating empty desks, dusty chalkboards, posters reminding students about upcoming dances and test dates. Normal, mundane, nothing to be afraid of. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. That feeling you get when someone's staring at the back of your head, except there was no one there. Just empty hallways and my own footsteps echoing off the linoleum. The sensation grew stronger as I approached the old section of the school. The original building that had been renovated but never quite modernized. The hallway here was narrower, the ceiling lower. The walls painted an institutional green that had probably been stylish in 1952, but now just looked sickly. The lockers here were different too. Older models, taller and narrower, with ventilation slits near the top. As I passed them, I had the irrational thought that something might be watching me through those slits. That behind the thin metal doors, in the darkness, eyes were following my progress. I told myself I was being ridiculous, letting the emptiness get to me. I had 6 hours ahead of me, and if I started jumping at shadows now, it was going to be a long night. In the main office, I found the logbook where the previous custodian had recorded his nightly rounds. I flipped through the recent entries. Most were routine. All clear. No issues. But occasionally there were strange notations. Motion sensor triggered, 3rd floor east. Found nothing. Heard footsteps, C-wing, no one present. Locker 247 found open. No sign of forced entry. The last entry, dated 3 weeks ago, just said, "I quit. Good luck." No name, no explanation. Just those 4 words. I was reaching for my radio to call Mr. Hartwick when I heard it. A sound from somewhere deep in the building. Not footsteps, exactly. More like shuffling. The scrape of something being dragged across floor tiles. The sound stopped. Started again. Stopped. The rhythm was irregular, purposeless, like whatever was making it had no clear destination. I checked the security monitor. The grainy feeds showed empty hallways, empty classrooms. Nothing moving. But the sound continued, echoing through the ventilation system, impossible to pinpoint. "Hello." I called out, immediately feeling foolish. If there were intruders, announcing my presence was the worst thing I could do. The shuffling stopped. The building held its breath, and in that silence I heard something else, a soft sound barely audible, whispering, not words. Just the susurrus of many voices speaking at once, too quiet and too numerous to distinguish individual sounds. Like a crowd murmuring in an adjacent room, except there were no adjacent rooms here. Just the empty office and the hallway beyond. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the corridor. The whispering grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. I walked toward the old wing, where the feeling of being watched had been strongest, my beam of light cutting back and forth across the empty space. A locker door hung open. Number 247, according to the tarnished brass number plate. The same locker mentioned in the logbook. Inside was empty except for a piece of paper, yellowed with age, taped to the back wall. I pulled it out. It was a class photo from 1959, based on the date written at the bottom. Students in outdated clothes stood in rows on the front steps of the school, their faces serious and formal, the way people looked in old photographs. No one was smiling. As I studied the photo, I noticed something odd. In the back row, partially obscured by other students, there was a face that didn't look quite right. The features were blurred, indistinct, as if the person had moved during the exposure. But everyone else was perfectly clear. I was about to put the photo back when I realized the whispering had stopped. The building was silent again. Too silent. Even the normal sounds of an old structure, the creaking of pipes, the hum of electricity, had ceased. Then, from behind me, a voice, clear and close. "You found it." I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting across the hallway. No one there. Just empty space and the long row of lockers stretching into darkness. "Who's there?" My voice came out steadier than I felt. "You found the first one," the voice continued. It sounded young, maybe teenage, but with a strange quality that made it hard to determine if it was male or female. "There are 20, 3 more. Do you want to know what happens when you find them all?" "This isn't funny," I said. "I'm calling the police." Laughter. Not mocking, but delighted, like a child who'd been given permission to play. "We've been waiting for someone who could see, someone who could hear. The others, they walked right past us. They knew we were here, felt us watching, but they wouldn't acknowledge us. You're different. I don't understand. You will. Keep looking. Keep listening. We have so much to show you. The voice faded, and with it, the unnatural silence. The building's normal sounds returned. The buzz of fluorescent lights, the settling of old wood and brick. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed some invisible threshold. That by acknowledging the voice, by engaging with it, I'd opened a door that couldn't be closed. I should have left then. Should have walked out, called Mr. Hartwick, told him I quit, just like my predecessor. But curiosity is a powerful thing, and beneath the fear, I felt something else. A pull. A compulsion to understand. I continued my rounds, but now I was looking for more photos. I found the second one in a bathroom, taped inside a stall door. Another class photo, this one from 1962. The third was wedged behind a radiator in the science lab, dated 1965. Each photo showed the same blurred face in the background, watching from the edges, never quite in focus. By the time I found the 10th photo, I was in the school's basement. A maze of storage rooms and ancient boiler systems that probably violated every modern safety code. The air down here was thick and damp, carrying the smell of mildew and something else. Something organic and slightly sweet that I didn't want to identify. The photo was different from the others. It showed the hallway upstairs, the old wing, but empty of people. Just lockers and floor and walls. Except, if I looked closely, I could see shapes in the shadows. Silhouettes that might have been people, or might have been tricks of light and old photography. And in the foreground, blurred but unmistakable, was a figure facing the camera, looking directly at it. Looking directly at me. Do you see now? The voice was back, closer than before, speaking directly into my ear, though nothing stood beside me. We're always here. In every school, every place where young lives gather and emotions run high. We're the forgotten ones, the overlooked, the ones who slipped through the cracks. Who are you? Students who never graduated, who never left. Some by choice, some by circumstance. We linger in the places we knew, watching the years pass, watching new faces replace old ones, waiting for someone who might finally see us clearly. I felt cold despite the basement's stuffiness. The photos are our way of reaching out, of proving we exist. Most people find one or two, get scared, throw them away. But you're still looking, still searching. That means you're ready. Ready for what? To join us, to become one of the watchers. You're lonely, aren't you? That's why you took this job. Night shift alone, no need to deal with people. You think you prefer solitude, but really, you're just afraid of being forgotten, of being invisible. We understand that fear. We live it every day. The voice was right, and that terrified me more than anything else. I had taken this job to avoid people, to avoid the risk of connection and the pain that came with it. I'd convinced myself I was content with isolation, but the truth was darker. I was afraid of being close to others because I was afraid they'd see how empty I felt inside. I'm not like you, I said, but the words sounded hollow even to my own ears. You're exactly like us. You're already halfway to invisible. How many friends do you have? How many people would notice if you didn't show up tomorrow? How many lives would you leave a mark on? I couldn't answer. The silence was answer enough. We can give you permanence, the voice continued. A place where you'll always belong. Where you'll always be remembered. Even if only by the next custodian, the next lonely soul who takes this job. You'll watch over the school. You'll witness every drama, every heartbreak, every triumph. You'll be part of something larger than yourself. I wanted to refuse, wanted to run up those stairs and out into the night air, to drive away and never look back. But my feet wouldn't move. Some part of me, the part that ached with loneliness, that craved connection even as it feared it, was listening, was considering. Show yourself, I demanded. If you want me to join you, let me see what I'm agreeing to. The basement lights flickered, went out. My flashlight beam was the only illumination, and in its circle of brightness, shapes began to form. Not solid, not quite real, but present. Figures standing in the darkness, watching me with eyes that held decades of longing. They were young, most of them. Teenagers frozen in time, wearing clothes from different eras. Some looked solid, almost alive. Others were translucent, fading, as if they were forgetting how to hold their shapes. And at the center of the group, the blurred face from the photos, now clear and distinct. A girl, maybe 16, with dark hair and sad eyes. I'm Emma, she said. I was a senior in 1959. I was going to graduate, go to college, become a teacher. But I got sick. Leukemia. I spent my last months watching the hallways from the nurse's office, watching everyone else live the life I wouldn't get to have. And when I died, I couldn't leave. I couldn't let go. She gestured to the others. We all have our stories. Jack died in a car accident on his way to prom. Michelle took her own life in the bathroom, where you found her photo. Robert simply faded away, depression taking him piece by piece until there was nothing left but a ghost who didn't know how to stop existing. I'm sorry, I whispered. But I can't. You can. And part of you wants to. We feel it. The same loneliness that binds us all. The same fear of being forgotten. You think leaving this basement, going back to your empty apartment, living your empty life is better. At least here, you'd have company. At least here, you'd matter. I thought about my apartment. A studio with bare walls and furniture from thrift stores. No photos, no decorations. Nothing that marked it as mine, rather than just another temporary space. I thought about my phone, which went days without ringing. My social media, which I'd stopped updating years ago because no one seemed to notice or care. Emma was right. I was already invisible, already a ghost. The only difference was I still had a body, still breathed and ate and went through the motions of living without really being alive. But I could change, I said. more to myself than to them. I could make friends, build a life, connect with people. Could you? Emma's voice was gentle but merciless. You've had years to do that. Decades. How many times have you told yourself tomorrow would be different? How many times have you promised yourself you'd reach out, make an effort, try? And how many times have you found excuses, found reasons to stay isolated, to stay safe in your loneliness? I had no answer. Because she was right. I'd been making those promises for as long as I could remember, and I'd broken every single one. It's easier this way, she continued. No more pretending, no more failed attempts at connection, just acceptance, just peace. We watch the world, we witness life, and we're never alone because we have each other. Isn't that better than what you have now? The other ghosts moved closer, forming a circle around me. I could feel their longing, their need, their hunger for someone new to join their ranks. And I could feel my own loneliness answering, pulling me toward them like gravity. My flashlight flickered. In the dimming light, I saw more photos scattered on the floor. 23, they'd said. I'd found only 10. The rest were waiting, breadcrumbs leading me deeper into acceptance, deeper into surrender. I could keep looking, could collect them all, complete whatever ritual or process would transform me from living to liminal, from present to perpetual. It would be so easy, so simple. Just a matter of letting go, of accepting what I'd always suspected, that I didn't really belong in the world of the living. But then I thought of something else. Something Emma had said. She'd died watching everyone else live the life she couldn't have. She'd spent her last days as a spectator, observing rather than participating. And in her grief, in her longing, she'd made that role permanent. You're not living, I said slowly. You're not even existing. You're just remembering, rehearsing, going through the motions of what you think life is, but it's all secondhand, all observation. You've convinced yourselves this is connection, but it's just shared isolation. You're together, but you're not really with each other. You're just less alone. Emma's face hardened. And what are you? You're the same as us. You just haven't accepted it yet. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm exactly as lonely and isolated and invisible as you say. But at least I still have a choice. I can still change. You can't. You're frozen. Forever watching, forever waiting, forever trapped in the moment you gave up on actually living. We didn't give up. Jack spoke for the first time, his voice defensive. We died. She didn't. I pointed to Michelle, the girl who'd taken her own life. She chose this. And the rest of you, you chose to stay. You chose to watch instead of move on. You chose the safety of this building, this routine, this illusion of permanence over whatever comes next. The circle of ghosts wavered. Some of them looked uncertain now, as if my words had stirred something they'd long suppressed. I'm lonely, I said. I'm isolated. I'm probably more ghost than human most days. But I'm going to leave this basement. I'm going to finish my shift. And tomorrow, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to try. Really try. Not because I'm sure it'll work, but because the alternative is ending up like you. Forever frozen, forever watching, forever pretending that observation is the same as participation. You'll fail, Emma said softly. You'll try and you'll fail, and you'll be back here, looking for these photos, looking for us, looking for the peace we offer. Maybe. Probably. But at least I'll have tried. At least I'll have given myself a chance. I picked up my flashlight, which had steadied to a constant beam again. The ghosts didn't try to stop me as I walked toward the stairs. But I could feel their eyes on my back. I feel their longing and their envy and their desperate hope that I would fail, that I would return, that I would validate their choice by making the same one. I climbed the stairs, my legs shaking, my heart racing. Behind me, I heard Emma's voice one last time, faint and fading. We'll be waiting. We're always waiting. And when you're ready, when you finally accept what you are, we'll still be here. I reached the main floor. The normal world of hallways and classrooms, and lockers that were just lockers. Nothing more. My radio crackled with static, making me jump. Then Mr. Hartwick's voice came through. Everything okay? You missed your hourly check-in. I pressed the button to respond. Sorry. Got caught up with something. Everything's fine. Good. Let me know when you're done with the rounds. I finished my shift. Checked every room, every hallway, including the old wing. The photos I'd collected were still in my pocket. Physical proof that what I'd experienced was real. But I didn't look for more. Didn't seek out the remaining 13. That path led only to acceptance, to surrender, to becoming another watcher in the darkness. When my shift ended and I stepped out into the pre-dawn light, the world felt different. Not better, necessarily. Not transformed by some revelation or epiphany. Just possible. Like maybe, just maybe, I could be part of it if I tried. I drove home, but instead of going straight to my apartment, I stopped at a diner. Sat at the counter instead of a booth. Made eye contact with the waitress. Learned her name was Maria. Left a bigger tip than necessary and a note saying, "Thank you for the kindness." Small things. Insignificant, really. But they were actions, not observations. Participation, not spectatorship. A start. I still have the photos in a drawer in my apartment. Sometimes on hard days, when the loneliness feels suffocating. When the effort of connecting with people seems impossible, I take them out and look at them. I see Emma and Jack and Michelle, and all the others, frozen in their choice, and I use them as a reminder. I don't want to be a watcher. I don't want to haunt the places I once knew, forever observing life from the margins. I want to be messily, awkwardly, painfully present. I want to risk connection even knowing I might fail. I want to live. Actually live. Even if that means sometimes feeling more alone than if I'd just given up. The ghosts are still there, in that school. I know they are. Every night custodian who works there probably feels them, feels their watching, their longing, their invitation. Some of them give in. Most just quit, unwilling to face what the ghosts represent, what they offer. I kept the job for 6 months. Eventually quit, not because I was scared, but because I'd made a friend. Maria from the diner, and she helped me find something better. Day shift at a library. More people. More interaction. More chances to practice being present. I still think about Emma sometimes. About her question. What makes me different from them? And the answer I've found is this: nothing fundamental. I'm just as lonely, just as afraid, just as prone to isolation. The only difference is that every day I choose to try. Not always successfully, not always gracefully, but I try. And that choice, that daily decision to risk living rather than accept watching, is the only thing standing between me and becoming another hallway watcher, another ghost collecting photos, another invisible presence hoping someone will finally see me. I went back to the school once more, months after I'd quit. Not inside. Just stood across the street, looking at the building in daylight. It looked ordinary. Just brick and windows and the usual architectural compromises of decades of renovations. Students streamed in and out, loud and alive, completely unaware of what watched them from the shadows. I wondered if the ghosts could see me, if Emma was standing at some window, looking out, recognizing the one who got away. Part of me wanted to wave, to acknowledge them one last time. But I didn't, because acknowledging them meant giving them power, giving them permission to remain relevant in my life. Instead, I turned away and walked to my car. Maria was meeting me for lunch, and I'd promised to help her move into her new apartment that weekend. Small, ordinary things. The currency of living rather than haunting. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about those 13 photos I never found. I wonder what they show, where they're hidden, what final truth they might reveal. And I feel the pull, that old familiar temptation to return, to search, to complete what I started. The difference now is that I recognize it for what it is: the call of the void, the seduction of giving up, the promise that isolation is safety, that observation is enough, that we can protect ourselves from pain by refusing to participate in life. And every time I feel that pull, I do something small to resist it. I text a friend. I smile at a stranger. I choose a seat at a crowded coffee shop instead of an empty corner. I practice presence, practice visibility, practice the uncomfortable art of being seen. Because the ghosts were right about one thing: we do become invisible through neglect. Not all at once, but gradually, imperceptibly, one avoided conversation at a time, one declined invitation at a time, one day of isolation at a time. We fade not because we die, but because we stop trying to live. I think about the previous custodians, the ones who came before me and the ones who came after. I wonder how many of them found the photos, how many heard the voices, how many felt the temptation, and how many are still there, still searching, still hoping that maybe the ghosts are right, that maybe watching is easier than living. I hope they choose differently. I hope they climb those basement stairs, finish their shifts, and step out into the possibility of dawn. I hope they're braver than I was, stronger than I felt, more certain of their right to exist in the world of the living. But I know some of them won't make it. I know that someday, maybe decades from now, some other custodian will find 4 photos instead of 23. We'll see another blurred face in the background, another watcher who gave up, gave in, accepted the comfort of permanent isolation. I just hope it won't be me. The library where I work now has its own ghosts, I'm sure. Every old building does. Places where people spent significant portions of their lives, where emotions ran high, where the boundary between presence and absence grew thin. I feel them sometimes, watching from the corners, lingering near their favorite sections. But I don't acknowledge them, don't engage. I've learned that lesson at least. Some invitations shouldn't be accepted, no matter how seductive they seem. Some doors, once opened, are impossible to close. Instead, I focus on the living, on the students who come in to study, stressed and anxious about exams, on the elderly patrons who visit daily, looking for company as much as books, on the parents reading to their children in the kids section, creating memories that will outlast us all. These are the moments worth witnessing, not from the shadows, not from the margins, but from within. As a participant, messy and imperfect as that might be, Maria asked me once why I keep the photos. Those 10 pieces of yellowed paper, hidden in my desk drawer. Why I don't just throw them away, burn them, be done with them entirely. I told her I keep them as a reminder. But the truth is more complicated than that. I keep them because they represent a version of myself I came very close to becoming. They're proof that I stood at the edge of that particular abyss and chose, barely, to step back. And on my worst days, when connection feels impossible and isolation feels like the only honest response to existence, I need that proof. I need to remember that I've already made this choice once, and I can make it again. But I also keep them because someday, maybe, I'll be strong enough to go back. Not to join the watchers, but to help them. To offer them the same choice I made. To remind them that haunting is not the same as being, that observation is not the same as experience, that it's never too late to choose life over the illusion of permanence. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if ghosts can change, can grow, can decide to move on after decades or centuries of stasis. But I hope they can. I hope Emma and Jack and Michelle and all the others are capable of releasing their grip on those hallways, of letting go of their endless watching, of accepting whatever comes next. Until then, they remain in that school, in that building, walking those corridors that exist between the physical and the forgotten. And somewhere in their collection of photos, in their careful documentation of invisibility, there's a space where my picture would have gone. Photo number 24, showing a custodian in a basement, surrounded by ghosts, deciding whether to stay or leave. I'm glad that photo doesn't exist. glad I didn't complete the collection, didn't give them the satisfaction of my surrender. But I understand the temptation. I understand why people give in. The world of the living is hard and complicated and full of rejection and pain. The world of the watchers offers simplicity, offers certainty, offers the comfort of permanent isolation dressed up as eternal community. It's a false comfort, though, a trap disguised as sanctuary. And recognizing that difference, maintaining that distinction, requires constant vigilance, constant choice, constant effort. Some days I'm better at it than others. Some days I manage to be fully present, fully alive, fully engaged with the messy reality of existence. Other days I catch myself drifting, observing rather than participating, watching life from the margins rather than being part of it. On those days, I take out the photos. I look at those faded faces, those frozen moments, those blurred figures who chose watching over living. And I remind myself that I don't want to become another one, that I'd rather fail at living than succeed at haunting. That visibility, vulnerability, and presence are worth the risk of pain. Then I put the photos away. I close the drawer. I step back into the world of the living, imperfect and frightening as it is. And I try again. One more day, one more choice, one more small act of presence. It's not heroic. It's not dramatic. It's just the quiet, persistent work of staying alive in a world that makes invisibility seem so appealing. The daily decision to be seen, to be known, to risk connection, even knowing it might not work out. The ghosts are still watching, I'm sure. From their hallways, from their eternal present, from their frozen moment of giving up. They're watching to see if I'll fail, if I'll return, if I'll finally accept what they've accepted. But I won't. Not today. Maybe not ever. Because I've learned something they forgot, or never knew, that living means choosing, again and again, to be uncertain, to be vulnerable, to be present in a world that offers no guarantees. And that choice, imperfect and frightening as it is, makes all the difference. The school still stands, of course, still operates, still fills with students and teachers and staff who go about their days unaware of what lingers in the shadows. The custodian who replaced me lasted 2 months before quitting. The one after that, 6 weeks. The current one has been there for 3 months now. And I sometimes wonder if they've found the photos yet. If they've heard the whispers. If they're standing in that basement, surrounded by ghosts, facing the same choice I faced. I hope they choose to leave. I hope they choose life, messy and uncertain as it is. I hope they understand that the watcher's promises are empty, that observation without participation is just another form of death. That haunting is not the same as being. But if they don't, if they make the other choice, then the collection will be one photo closer to completion, and someday, maybe, there will be 24 photos, or 30, or 50. A gallery of ghosts, each one a person who looked at the difficulty of living and chose the false peace of watching instead. I won't be one of them. That's the promise I make to myself Every morning when I wake up, every night before I sleep, I will not be a watcher. I will not haunt. I will not trade presence for permanence, vulnerability for safety, life for the illusion of eternal observation. I will live, imperfectly, awkwardly, painfully, joyfully, messily. I will live, and that will be enough. It has to be enough. Because the alternative is unthinkable. If the alternative is standing forever in those dark hallways, watching other people's lives, ye pretending that witness is the same as experience, that presence is the same as participation, the alternative is becoming a photograph, a blur in the background, a face in the shadows, another watcher waiting for someone to see them, to acknowledge them, to join them in their eternal isolation. I've seen what that looks like. I've stood at the edge of that abyss, and I've chosen to step back, to turn away, to walk into the uncertain light of the living world. That choice hasn't made me happy. It hasn't solved my problems or cured my loneliness or made connection easy. But it's given me something the watchers will never have: the possibility of change, the chance to grow, the opportunity to become something other than what I am. And that possibility, fragile and uncertain as it is worth everything. The ghosts will always be there, in that school, in that building, in all the places where people have given up on living and chosen watching instead. They'll always be there, calling to the lonely and the lost, promising peace and permanence and an end to the difficult work of being present. But their promises are lies. Comfortable lies, seductive lies, but lies nonetheless. Because presence is not something to escape. It's something to embrace, even when it hurts, even when it's hard, even when invisibility seems so much safer. I know that now. And maybe that knowledge, that hard-won understanding, is the real difference between me and them. Not that I'm stronger or braver or better. Just that I've chosen to keep trying, to keep failing, to keep showing up in the messy, painful, beautiful world of the living. And I'll keep choosing that. Every day, every hour, every moment. I'll choose life over haunting, presence over permanence, uncertainty over the false comfort of eternal watching. Because I'm not a ghost. Not yet. Not ever, if I can help it. I'm just a person trying to live one small choice at a time. And that, I've learned, is enough. Story 2. I moved to Millbrook because it promised to be quiet. The town had one main street, a population of just under 3,000, and a kind of architectural sameness that suggested everyone here shared the same unspoken understanding about what a proper house should look like. White clapboard, black shutters, neat lawns maintained with the fervor of religious practice. It was exactly the kind of place where nothing interesting ever happened, which was exactly what I needed after the noise and chaos of the city. My house was at the end of Maple Street, a modest 2-bedroom with a porch that wrapped around the front and east side. The realtor had called it charming and full of character, which I would later learn were euphemisms for old and requires constant maintenance. But I liked it immediately. Something about the way the afternoon light came through the windows felt safe. My only direct neighbor was a man named Harold Wexler. His house mirrored mine, sitting on the adjacent lot with maybe 20 feet of grass separating us. I met him the day I moved in, when he appeared on my porch holding a casserole dish wrapped in aluminum foil. "Welcome to Millbrook," he said, smiling. "I'm Harold. Next door. Thought you might be too tired to cook tonight." He was in his mid-60s, I guessed, with silver hair combed neatly to one side and glasses that magnified his pale blue eyes. He wore a cardigan despite the warm September weather, and his hands were soft when we shook, uncalloused, the hands of someone who spent their time indoors. "That's very kind," I said, accepting the casserole. "I'm Daniel." "I know," he said, still smiling. "Small town word travels. You're from the city, right? Chicago. Boston," I corrected. Well, you'll find it quiet here, peaceful. Nothing much happens in Millbrook." His eyes held mine for a moment longer than felt comfortable. "That's the appeal, isn't it? The nothing." I agreed, thanked him again, and watched as he walked back to his house, his stride measured and careful, like someone walking on ice. The casserole was excellent, some kind of chicken and rice dish with herbs I couldn't identify. I ate half of it that night, sitting in my mostly empty living room, surrounded by boxes I was too exhausted to unpack. Through the window, I could see Harold's house, lights glowing warm and yellow in the gathering dusk. He passed by one of the windows, a silhouette behind curtains, and I felt oddly comforted by the proximity. It was nice, I thought, to have a friendly neighbor. That lasted exactly 1 week. The first time I heard it, I thought I was dreaming. A sound like dragging, like something heavy being pulled across a floor. I opened my eyes and lay in the darkness, listening. My bedroom window faced Harold's house, and in the stillness of 2 a.m., sounds carried clearly. There it was again. A long, slow scraping sound, punctuated by pauses, then resuming. It came from Harold's basement, I thought, or maybe his garage. I listened for maybe 5 minutes before it stopped, and I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe he was moving furniture. Maybe he couldn't sleep and was reorganizing things. People did that sometimes, found strange comfort in nocturnal productivity. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always around 2 a.m., always the same dragging sound. Slow and deliberate, like someone pulling something that didn't want to be moved. On the 4th night, I got up and looked out the window. Harold's house was dark, except for a faint glow coming from the basement window, the kind of cold blue light that fluorescent bulbs make. I watched for maybe 10 minutes. The dragging sound continued, regular as a heartbeat. Then it stopped, the light went out, and I heard Harold's back door close softly. I saw him briefly in the yard, a silhouette in the moonlight, standing perfectly still and looking up at the sky. He stayed like that for so long, I started to feel uncomfortable watching him. Then he went back inside, and his house went dark. I told myself it was none of my business what Harold did at night. Maybe he had insomnia. Maybe he was a night owl who preferred to do his chores when the rest of the world was sleeping. But something about it bothered me, kept me awake, even after the sounds stopped. There was a quality to those dragging noises, a wrongness I couldn't articulate. The next day, I ran into Harold at the grocery store. He was in the produce section, examining tomatoes with intense concentration. When he saw me, his face lit up with that same gentle smile.
Daniel!
How are you settling in? Good, I said. The house is great. Quiet neighborhood. Yes, he agreed, placing a tomato carefully in his basket. Very quiet. That's what makes it special. We all value the quiet here. Something in the way he said it felt loaded, like a warning disguised as small talk. I nodded and moved on, feeling his gaze follow me down the aisle. That night, the dragging sound started earlier, around 11 p.m., and this time there were other sounds mixed in. Muted thumps, a rhythmic creaking, like old stairs bearing weight, and something else, harder to identify. A wet sound, organic, like meat being slapped against a table. I stood at my window, watching Harold's basement light, feeling my skin crawl. This wasn't furniture being moved. This was something else. I should have called the police. That's what you're supposed to do when something feels wrong. When your instincts scream that your neighbor is doing something terrible in the small hours of the night. But I hesitated. What would I tell them? That my neighbor makes noise after dark. That I don't like the quality of the sounds. They'd think I was paranoid, a city person who couldn't adjust to small town eccentricities. So instead, I started documenting it. I kept a notebook by my bed and wrote down times, durations, descriptions of sounds. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd go to the police when I had something concrete. But really, I think I was just trying to convince myself that observation was the same as action. The pattern became clear after 2 weeks. Every night, between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., Harold would go down to his basement and do whatever he was doing. The dragging, the thumping, that wet, organic sound that made my stomach turn. Then he'd emerge into his yard, stand looking at the sky for exactly 7 minutes, and go back inside. Other people must have noticed. Harold's house wasn't isolated. There were neighbors across the street, others down the block. But when I tried to bring it up casually at the coffee shop, mentioning something about sounds at night, people looked at me with expressions I couldn't read. Sympathy, pity, fear. Harold's a fixture here, the barista said, her smile not reaching her eyes. Been in that house for 30 years. He's just set in his ways. You'll get used to it. Used to what? I pressed. But she'd already turned away, busying herself with the espresso machine. I started noticing other things. The way people crossed the street when they saw Harold coming. The way conversations would pause when he entered the hardware store, then resume in lower tones. The way children wouldn't retrieve balls that rolled into his yard, would rather lose them then cross that invisible boundary. Harold himself remained unfailingly polite. He'd wave when he saw me, comment on the weather, offer recommendations for local contractors when I mentioned my leaky roof. But his eyes had a quality I couldn't name, a blankness behind the friendliness that reminded me of deep water. 3 weeks in, I decided to stay up all night and watch. I made coffee, positioned myself by the window with my notebook, and waited. At 11 to 17 p.m., Harold's basement light came on. The sound started shortly after. But this time I saw something else. Another light, flickering in one of Harold's upstairs windows. Just for a moment, then gone. Like a candle being carried from room to room. Except Harold was in the basement. I could see his shadow moving behind the frosted glass. So who was upstairs? My hands started shaking. I set down my coffee cup carefully, watching the dark windows of Harold's second floor. Nothing moved. The light didn't reappear, but I knew what I'd seen. At 1:33 a.m., the basement sounds stopped. I watched Harold emerge from his back door, right on schedule. But tonight, he didn't look at the sky. Instead, he turned and looked directly at my window, at me. Though there was no way he could see me in the darkness of my room. He smiled. Even from this distance, even in the moonlight, I could see that smile, and it was nothing like the friendly expression he showed the world. It was knowing, satisfied, like we were sharing a secret I didn't want to know. Then he went back inside. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my chair, watching his house, waiting for that flickering light to reappear. It didn't. But I felt watched, observed, like the darkness itself had eyes. The next morning, I drove to the town library. If Harold had been here for 30 years, there might be records, newspaper articles, something that would explain what everyone seemed to know but wouldn't say. The librarian was an elderly woman with white hair and sharp eyes. When I asked about Harold Wexler, those eyes got sharper. What do you want to know? Just his history. How long he's been here. What he does. She studied me for a long moment. You live next door to him. It wasn't a question. Of course she knew. Everyone in Millbrook seemed to know everything about everyone. He's been here since 1985, she said finally. Moved in after his wife died. Kept to himself mostly. Never caused any trouble. She paused. Or rather, never caused the kind of trouble you can prove. What does that mean? But she just shook her head. Some things in Millbrook we don't talk about. Some things we just accept. You'll understand eventually, or you'll move. Most people who buy that house move within a year. People have lived there before me. 5 families in the last 10 years. She turned back to her computer. Conversation clearly over. You should consider making it 6. I spent the rest of the day in the library, searching through old newspapers. I found Harold's wife's obituary from 1985, a brief notice that she died in a car accident. I found a few mentions of Harold in local event listings, donations to the church, participation in town meetings. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that explained the sounds, the lights, the way people avoided his yard. But I did find something else, a pattern in the obituaries. Every few years, someone in Millbrook would die unexpectedly. Different causes, different ages, but always ruled as accidents or natural causes. And they all lived within 3 blocks of Maple Street. I took notes, made a timeline. The deaths clustered around specific dates, always in October or March. Always during months when Harold's nighttime activities seemed to intensify, according to my documentation. I was reading too much into coincidence, I told myself. Correlation wasn't causation. People died in small towns, just like they died everywhere. But my hands were shaking as I copied down the names. That night, the sounds were different. Louder, more frantic. The dragging was interspersed with a grinding noise, like metal on metal. And underneath it all, so faint, I almost convinced myself I was imagining it, was something that sounded like voices. Not words exactly, but the cadence of speech rising and falling in patterns that felt almost like conversation. I called the police. Finally, I called them. The officer who arrived was young, maybe late 20s, with the kind of face that looked like it had never needed to confront anything more serious than a parking violation. His nameplate read, Officer Morrison. You called about a disturbance, he asked, standing on my porch, his tone already skeptical. My neighbor, I said. Harold Wexler. Every night he makes these sounds in his basement. Dragging things. And there are lights in his windows. And I think there might be someone else in the house. Morrison's expression shifted, became carefully neutral. Mr. Wexler is a respected member of this community. I'm not saying he isn't. I'm saying something strange is happening, and I think someone should check on it. He sighed. Sir, Mr. Wexler has some hobbies. Things he does at night. But he's not breaking any laws. We've had other residents call about noise before, and it's always turned out to be nothing. Other residents? From my house? He didn't answer that directly. My advice is to invest in some good earplugs, or maybe a white noise machine. Sometimes in small towns, you have to learn to be tolerant of your neighbor's quirks. What are his hobbies? I demanded. What is he doing down there? That's between him and his privacy, Morrison said, his tone final. Unless you have evidence of a crime, there's nothing we can do. Have a good night, sir. He left. I stood on my porch, watching his patrol car disappear down Maple Street, and felt the weight of the town's silence pressing down on me. They all knew. The police, the librarian, the barista, everyone. They knew what Harold was doing, and they'd chosen not to stop it. Why? That night, I couldn't stop myself. At 11:45 p.m., when the basement light came on and the sound started, I put on dark clothes and crept across the strip of grass separating our properties. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat, taste it on my tongue like copper. Harold's basement window was too high and too small to see through clearly, but I could make out shapes through the frosted glass. A large table or workbench, shelves lining the walls. something hanging from the ceiling, swaying slightly, though I couldn't make out what. The sounds were much clearer here. The dragging was definitely something heavy being moved across concrete. The wet sound was rhythmic now, purposeful. And those voices, those almost voices, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like they were inside the walls themselves. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to see more, and that's when the sounds stopped. Complete silence. Even the ambient noise of the night seemed to vanish, leaving a void that pressed against my eardrums. Then the basement light went out. I froze, my breath catching in my chest. Slowly, I backed away from the window, my legs trembling. I'd made it maybe 5 steps when Harold's back door opened. He stood there in the doorway, backlit by the hall light, and this time he wasn't smiling. His face was blank, emotionless, and somehow that was worse than any expression of anger could have been. "You should go home, Daniel," he said softly. "This isn't for you to see." "What are you doing in there?" My voice came out as a whisper. "What needs to be done?" He stepped out onto the porch, and I noticed his hands were wet, glistening in the moonlight. Every town has a price for its peace. Millbrook chose to pay it. I'm the one who makes the payment. I don't understand. "You will," he said. "In time you'll understand, or you'll leave like the others." Those are the only 2 options for people who live next door to me: understanding or departure. I'm calling the police again. They won't come. They understand. He looked up at the sky. That same ritual gesture, but now it felt different. Less like stargazing, more like reporting to something. "Go home, Daniel. Lock your doors. Try not to listen." That's what the people who stay learn to do. They learn not to listen, not to look, not to ask questions about the silence. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran back to my house, locked every door and window, and sat in my living room with all the lights on, shaking like a child afraid of the dark. But I didn't stop listening. The sounds resumed 20 minutes later, and I heard them until 3 a.m., when Harold emerged for his nightly sky watching. 7 minutes. As always, then back inside. I haven't slept properly since then. That was a week ago, and every night the sounds continue. And every morning Harold waves to me from his porch, as if nothing is strange. As if we live in a normal neighborhood in a normal town. I've started packing. I'm going to leave, join those 5 families who lasted less than a year. I'll sell the house, take the loss, go somewhere where I can't hear the dragging sounds, where I don't have to see Harold's knowing smile. But here's what keeps me awake even. When the sounds have stopped, what happens to Millbrook? If no one lives in my house? If there's no one next door to Harold, no one to witness whatever it is he does that keeps this town peaceful and quiet. The librarian said people who buy this house either understand or leave. But what about people who understand and still choose to leave? What about people who know something is wrong, but can't bring themselves to be complicit in the silence? Tonight is my last night here. Tomorrow, the moving truck comes, and I'm gone. I've already signed the papers to break my lease, paid the penalties, anything to escape this place. But I wonder about something. I wonder if Harold knows this is my last night. I wonder if that's why the sounds tonight are different. Why they started earlier. Why they're louder than they've ever been. Like, whatever he's doing down there needs to be finished quickly, before I leave and take my uncomfortable questions with me. It's 11:00 p.m. now. The sounds have been going for over an hour. Dragging, thumping, grinding, and underneath it all, those voices that aren't quite voices, rising in pitch like they're asking questions or making demands. And for the first time, there are lights in all of Harold's windows. Not just the basement, not just that flickering candle upstairs, but every window, blazing like the house itself is burning from within with cold fire. I should close my curtains. I should put in earplugs, like Officer Morrison suggested. I should pack the last few things and try to sleep for a few hours before the truck arrives at dawn. But I can't stop watching, can't stop listening, because I need to know, even if the knowing breaks something inside me. I need to understand what price Millbrook pays for its peace, what Harold does in his basement that keeps the town quiet and safe and empty of anything interesting. He's coming out now. The back door is opening, but this time he's not alone. There are shapes behind him, silhouettes in the doorway, and they're moving in ways that don't look right, that don't look human, even though they're shaped like people. They're coming into the yard, all of them. Harold and the shapes, standing together under the October moon, looking up at the sky. Not for 7 minutes this time. They're still standing there, still looking up, and I can see now that the shapes have no faces. Or rather, they have too many faces, features that shift and change like water. And I realize that these are the voices I've been hearing. These are what he's been dragging and working on in his basement. These are the price that Millbrook pays for its nothing. And they're all turning now. Turning toward my house. Toward my window. Toward me. Harold is smiling again, that knowing smile, and he's raising his hand, beckoning. The shapes are moving forward, crossing the grass between our houses, and I understand now why the 5 families before me left, why Officer Morrison wouldn't help, why the whole town chose to look away. Because understanding means becoming part of it. Understanding means accepting that some towns stay quiet because something terrible keeps them that way. Understanding means knowing that you either join the silence or become one of the voices underneath it. They're at my window now. I can see them clearly. I can see what Harold has been making down there in his basement. What he's been assembling from whatever. He's been dragging across that concrete floor. I can see why everyone in Millbrook knows and no one tells. The moving truck comes at dawn. I just have to survive until dawn. I just have to close my eyes and not look at the shapes pressing against my windows. Not listen to the voices that are no longer underneath anything, but right here, right outside, asking to be let in. Harold told me I had two choices, understanding or departure. But I think there might be a third choice for people who try to leave after understanding. A choice that explains why exactly 5 families lived in this house before me. A choice that ends not with moving trucks and new addresses, but with another name in the obituary section, another accident or natural cause, another addition to the price that Millbrook pays. The sounds are inside my house now. I didn't let them in, but they're here anyway. Dragging something across my floor, and I realize it's me they're dragging. That I'm both the listener and the sound, both the witness and the thing witnessed. Harold is standing in my living room. I don't know how he got in. The doors are locked. The windows are closed. But he's here, and he's smiling. And he's saying something about prices and peace, and how every neighborhood needs someone to understand. Dawn is still hours away. The moving truck won't find me when it arrives. And Millbrook will stay quiet. So very, very quiet. Story 3. I was 7 years old when the fortune teller at the county fair looked into my eyes and began to cry. My mother had taken me there on a warm September afternoon. The kind where the sunlight feels thick like honey and the air smells of kettle corn and distant rain. The fairgrounds stretched across an abandoned field, filled with rust, colored carousel horses and game booths with peeling paint. Everything seemed caught between celebration and decay. The fortune teller's tent stood at the edge of the midway, purple fabric faded to the color of old bruises. A hand-painted sign promised glimpses of tomorrow for $5. My mother laughed when she saw it. That particular laugh adults use when they're pretending something isn't serious. But she paid the money anyway, nudging me forward with a hand on my shoulder. Inside, the tent smelled of sandalwood and something else, something like copper pennies, left too long in a closed palm. The woman sat behind a card table covered in dark velvet. She was younger than I expected, maybe 30, with black hair that fell straight as water down her back. Her eyes were the color of slate before a storm. She didn't ask me to sit. She simply looked at me, and her expression changed from professional distance to something else entirely. Her pupils dilated. Her hands, which had been shuffling a deck of tarot cards, went completely still. "What's wrong?" my mother asked, her voice tight. The fortune teller opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "I can't. I shouldn't tell you what I see." "We're paid," my mother said, but there was uncertainty creeping into her tone. "Take your money back." The woman's hands were shaking now as she reached for her cash box. "Please, just go." But I stepped closer to the table, 7 years old, and I already knew that adults who looked frightened were telling you something important without using words. "What did you see?" She met my eyes then, and I watched tears spill down her cheeks, leaving tracks through her foundation. "A path with no branches," she whispered. "A story already written. I'm so sorry." My mother pulled me from the tent, muttering about frauds and cruel jokes. But I looked back and saw the fortune teller covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. I never forgot the way she looked at me, as if I were already a ghost. That was 20 years ago. Since then, I've spent every moment of my life trying to prove her wrong, trying to step off the path she claimed had no branches. But here's what I've learned about prophecy. The more you struggle against it, the more you wonder if your struggling is part of it too. Every choice becomes suspect. Every decision feels scripted. When I was 12, I decided to take up painting. My mother signed me up for classes at the community center, and I threw myself into it with the fervor of someone trying to create their own future. But my art teacher, Mrs. Holloway, pulled my mother aside after the third class. I watched them through the doorway, saw Mrs. Holloway's troubled expression as she gestured toward my paintings. I had painted the same image 3 times without realizing it. A girl standing at the edge of dark water, her reflection wrong somehow, twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist. The sky above her was the color of old bruises. She needs to paint what makes her happy, Mrs. Holloway said gently. Not whatever this is. But I hadn't chosen the subject. My hands had simply moved, and these images had appeared. I stopped going to the classes after that. In high school, I dated a boy named Michael. He had kind eyes and played guitar and wanted to study marine biology. He was everything normal, everything bright. I thought, maybe loving someone could redirect my path, could branch it into something unexpected. We were together for 2 years. He never knew about the fortune teller, about the fear that lived in my chest like a second heartbeat. But in our senior year, he started having dreams about me. He'd wake up trembling, unable to remember the details, knowing only that something was wrong. That I was in danger, but also the danger itself, both drowning and the water. He broke up with me 2 weeks before prom. "I'm sorry," he said, and he looked like he meant it. "I just feel like if I stay with you, something terrible is going to happen. I know that sounds crazy. It doesn't," I told him, because it didn't. I went to college far from home, picking a school 3 states away, almost at random, thinking distance might matter. I studied library science because it seemed safe, neutral, a career about organizing other people's stories rather than living my own. I made friends carefully, never too close, always maintaining the kind of distance that would make my inevitable tragedy affect as few people as possible. But the path followed me anyway. Little things at first. I'd planned to go to a coffee shop, then change my mind at the last moment and go to the library instead. Later, I'd hear that there had been an accident at the coffee shop. A car jumping the curb, the outdoor seating area destroyed. I'd feel relief, then horror. Had I escaped the path, or was avoiding that accident part of it? I started keeping a journal, documenting every decision, trying to find evidence of free will. But the more I wrote, the more patterns emerged. The way certain days felt heavy, as if the air itself was pushing me in specific directions. The way strangers would sometimes look at me with expressions of pity they couldn't explain. Once, a woman on the subway grabbed my hand as I stood to leave. "You can still choose," she said urgently, her eyes desperate. "Every moment you can still choose." "Choose what?" I asked. But she just shook her head and let go, and the doors closed between us. I graduated, got a job at a university library, moved into a small apartment with a window that faced east, where the morning light would paint everything gold. I adopted a cat named Philosopher. I tried to build a life so ordinary, so beautifully mundane, that it couldn't possibly contain tragedy. But 3 months ago, things started accelerating. I began seeing the number 7 everywhere, on license plates, in phone numbers, in the pages of books that would fall open when I shelved them. 7 was the age I'd been at the fair, and now it seemed to be counting something, marking time toward an event I couldn't see. I also started having the dream, always the same. I'm standing at the edge of dark water, just like in my childhood paintings. The sky is the color of old bruises. My reflection in the water shows something wrong, something twisted, but I can never quite see what. And there's a voice, soft as falling snow, saying, "It's almost time. You've almost arrived." I wake from these dreams with the taste of copper in my mouth. 2 weeks ago, I received a letter, no return address. Inside was a single card, the kind fortune tellers use. It showed the tower, a structure struck by lightning, figures falling from its heights. Written on the back in handwriting I didn't recognize. "I'm sorry, I couldn't warn you better. It's October 15th. The fairgrounds, sunset. Maybe this time you can make it mean something different. October 15th is tomorrow. I've spent the last 2 weeks trying to decide what to do. Don't go to the fairgrounds, obviously. Stay home. Lock the doors. Surround myself with mundane normalcy until the date passes and nothing happens, and I can laugh about prophecies and self-fulfilling anxieties. But here's the thing about a path with no branches. If I stay home, maybe the tragedy comes to me instead. Maybe the apartment building catches fire. Maybe Philosopher gets out, and I chase him into traffic. Maybe. Every scenario I construct feels equally possible and equally inevitable. And there's another thought, quieter but more insistent. What if the fortune teller was right, but not in the way I assumed? What if the tragedy isn't that something terrible will happen to me, but that I'll spend my entire life running from shadows, never trusting joy, never building anything permanent, because I'm always waiting for it to collapse? What if the prophecy is the fear itself, and I've been fulfilling it every day for 20 years? I'm writing this now, at 3 a.m. on October 14th, unable to sleep. Philosopher is curled against my leg, purring. Outside my window, the city is quiet except for the distant sound of a train. Everything feels suspended, waiting. I think I'm going to go to the fairgrounds tomorrow. Not because I believe in fate or prophecy or predetermined paths, but because I'm tired of running from a future that may not even exist. Because I want to stand in the place where my fear was born and see it for what it really is. Because maybe, just maybe, choosing to face the thing I've been running from is itself a branching of the path. Or maybe I'm wrong. And going there is exactly what I'm meant to do. And the fortune teller's tears were for what she knew would happen when I arrive. I don't know. I can't know. That's the cruelty of prophecy, isn't it? It makes every choice feel scripted, even the choice to rebel. But I think about that woman on the subway sometimes. You can still choose, she said. Every moment, you can still choose. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps the path has branches I simply haven't been willing to see because I've been too afraid to look. Perhaps going to the fairgrounds isn't fulfilling the prophecy, but completing it. Putting a period at the end of a sentence that's been running on for 20 years. Or perhaps I'm about to walk into my own ending, and these are the last words I'll write. I don't know which it is, but I know I'm going. And I know that whatever happens tomorrow at sunset, at least it will be my choice to be there. At least that much will be mine. The sky outside is beginning to lighten, shifting from black to deep blue to that particular shade of purple you see in old bruises. In a few hours the sun will rise. October 15th will begin, and by tomorrow night, I'll either have proven that prophecies are nothing more than suggestions we mistake for certainties, or I'll have learned what the fortune teller saw all those years ago when she looked into my 7-year-old eyes and began to cry. Either way, the waiting will finally be over. Philosopher stretches beside me, yawning. I close my journal and put it on the shelf next to 20 years of other journals, all filled with the same anxieties, the same questions, the same running in circles trying to escape a shadow that might not even exist. Tomorrow, I'll find out if there's anything beyond the path I've been walking. Tomorrow, at the fairgrounds, at sunset, at the place where it all began. I wonder if I'll recognize myself when I arrive, or if I'll look in the dark water and finally see what my reflection has been trying to show me all along. That the sky is the color of old bruises now, and it's almost time. I've almost arrived. Story 4. I started noticing the shadow around 2 weeks after I moved into the apartment on Ashwood Street. At first, I thought it was just a person walking their dog, or maybe a security guard doing rounds. Every night, precisely at 11:45, I would see it pass beneath my bedroom window. A dark silhouette against the amber streetlight, moving with a steady, unhurried pace. It never varied. Same time, same route, same measured stride. In a city where nothing ever stays constant, that consistency should have been comforting. Instead, it unsettled me in ways I couldn't articulate. I'm a light sleeper, always have been. The new apartment was noisier than my old place, full of unfamiliar creaks and distant sirens. So I often found myself awake late into the night, staring at the ceiling, listening to the building breathe around me. That's how I started tracking the shadow's routine. It became a kind of game at first, seeing if I could predict its arrival. Watching from my window, as it emerged from the darkness at one end of the street and disappeared into the darkness at the other. It never looked up, never paused, just walked on and on, night after night. I mentioned it to my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, a widow in her 70s who'd lived in the building for decades. She was watering her plants in the hallway when I brought it up, trying to sound casual. Do you ever notice someone walking past the building late at night, like they're on patrol or something? Her hands stilled. Water dripped from the can's spout, making dark spots on the carpet. You see it too, she said quietly. It, you mean him, or her? She turned to look at me, and her eyes held something I didn't want to identify as fear. No, she said. I mean it. And if you're smart, you'll close your curtains and pretend you never noticed. She went back into her apartment and closed the door, leaving me standing in the hallway, my heart beating faster than it should have been. That night, I kept the curtains open. I told myself I wasn't afraid of shadows, wasn't going to let some neighborhood superstition dictate my behavior. At 11:44, I positioned myself by the window, phone in hand, ready to take a picture if the opportunity presented itself. 11:45 arrived. The shadow appeared right on schedule, emerging from the direction of Maple Street. I raised my phone, started recording. Through the camera screen, I watched it move beneath the streetlight. That's when I realized something was wrong. The shadow wasn't being cast by anyone. There was no figure walking, no body to block the light and create that darkness. The shadow itself was walking, sliding across the pavement like spilled ink, maintaining a human shape, but answering to no source. My phone slipped from my trembling hand, clattering against the windowsill. I lunged to catch it, and in that moment of distraction, the shadow stopped. It stopped walking, and slowly, impossibly, it turned its head upward, toward my window, toward me. I stumbled back, my breath caught in my throat. Shadows don't have faces. They shouldn't have faces. But I swear I could see features forming in that darkness. Geometry arranging itself into eyes, a mouth, an expression that might have been recognition or might have been hunger. Then it continued walking, resuming its patrol as if nothing had happened. I closed the curtains, turned off the lights, sat on my bed in the darkness, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Stress, I told myself. New city, new job, new apartment. My mind was playing tricks. But the next morning, I found my phone on the floor by the window. The video I'd recorded was gone, replaced by a single frame of pure black, as if the camera had captured nothing but darkness. I started researching the neighborhood's history. The library had archives of old newspapers, and I spent my lunch breaks scrolling through digitized pages, looking for anything that might explain what I'd seen. Ashwood Street appeared in dozens of articles, but one series caught my attention. 20 years ago, there had been a string of disappearances. 9 people over the course of a single year, all residents of the street, all vanishing without a trace. The police investigation went nowhere. No bodies, no evidence, no witnesses. Just empty apartments and unanswered questions. The disappearances stopped as suddenly as they'd started. The cases went cold. Life went on. But in one article, buried in the middle of a longer piece about the neighborhood's efforts to recover, a resident was quoted. "We still don't walk alone at night. We've learned to stay inside after dark, to keep our lights off, to not look out the windows. It's still out there. We know it is. We just don't talk about it anymore." I took a screenshot of that quote. Started asking questions around the neighborhood, trying to be subtle about it. Most people brushed me off or changed the subject. But I noticed patterns. Houses with heavy curtains, always drawn at night. People who hurried home before sunset, their walks quickening as the light faded. A community-wide conspiracy of silence about something they all knew but refused to name. Finally, an old man sitting on his porch. A veteran named Tom who'd lived through 3 wars and didn't seem afraid of much, agreed to talk to me. "You saw the patrol," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. He lit a cigarette, took a long drag. My wife saw it too. 50, 3 years ago when we first moved here. Young and stupid we were. She thought it was beautiful in a strange way. The way it moved, so graceful, so purposeful. She started watching for it every night, waiting by the window like it was her favorite television show. He paused, and I saw his hands shake slightly as he brought the cigarette to his lips again. Then one night, it waved at her. Just a small gesture, casual, like it was greeting an old friend. She was so excited. She told me she felt seen, acknowledged. She wanted to go outside, to meet it, to understand what it was. Did she? I locked the doors, held her back. We fought about it for hours, her screaming and crying, insisting she needed to go outside, that it was waiting for her. Finally, around 3 a.m, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she didn't remember any of it. Didn't remember the shadow. Didn't remember fighting with me. Like those memories had been deleted. But you remember. I remember everything. That's my punishment for interfering. The shadow knows I kept her from it, and every night for 3 years, it walks past my house, and I have to close my curtains, turn off my lights, and pretend I don't know it's looking for her. He stubbed out his cigarette. If it's acknowledged you, if it's seen you seeing it, you're marked now. It'll come back for you eventually. They always do. The people who disappeared weren't taken randomly. They were chosen. People who paid attention, who couldn't look away. I wanted to argue, to dismiss his story as the ramblings of an old man, but I couldn't, because that night, at 11:45, the shadow came again, and this time, it stopped directly in front of my building. I had the curtains drawn, but I could feel its presence. A cold spot spread across the wall, frost forming on the window pane, despite the mild October weather. I heard something I can only describe as breathing, those shadows don't breathe. A rhythm like inhalation and exhalation, but deeper, slower, as if whatever was outside operated on a different scale of time. It stayed for 7 minutes. I counted every second. Then the cold receded, and I heard the soft whisper of movement as it continued its patrol. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the next. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers asked if I was feeling all right. I told them I was fine, just adjusting to city life. But the truth was, I was terrified to close my eyes. Terrified of what I might find when I opened them again. On the 4th night, exhaustion won. I fell asleep on my couch around 8, still fully dressed. I dreamed of walking down Ashwood Street in perpetual twilight, with the streetlights casting long shadows that stretched and twisted like living things. In the dream, I understood that shadows were echoes, imprints left behind by things that had moved through space. Most shadows faded quickly, dissipating as their sources moved on. But some shadows, created by strong enough emotions or violent enough events, persisted. They became permanent, autonomous, hungry. The shadow on Ashwood Street was old. Older than the pavement it walked on. Older than the buildings it passed. It had been here when the neighborhood was fields and forests, cast by something that predated human habitation. And it had learned over the centuries to feed on attention, on observation. Every eye that watched it gave it strength, made it more solid, more real. I woke at 11:43, my heart racing. 2 minutes until the shadow arrived. I should have stayed on the couch, should have kept my eyes closed, should have pretended to still be asleep. But some compulsion I couldn't name drew me to the window. I pulled back the curtain just an inch, just enough to see. The street was empty. 11:40, 5 came and went. The shadow didn't appear. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by dread. Because if it wasn't walking its route, where was it? A soft sound behind me. The whisper of movement. The sensation of cold air on the back of my neck. I turned slowly. The shadow stood in the corner of my living room, perfectly two-dimensional, as if it had been painted onto the air itself. It was man, shaped but wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The proportions were almost right, but not quite. Like someone had described a human to something that had never seen one. We regarded each other across the space of my apartment. I tried to scream, but my voice wouldn't work. Tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, pinned in place by the weight of its attention. Then it spoke, not with sound, but directly into my mind, each word arriving fully formed like it had always been part of my thoughts. You see me. It wasn't a question, an acknowledgement, a statement of fact. What do you want? I managed to whisper. To be seen, to be witnessed, to exist. You already exist. Do I? The shadow tilted its head. A gesture that might have been curious or might have been predatory. Without eyes to observe me, without minds to acknowledge my presence, I am only potential, only possibility. You give me form. You make me real. The people who disappeared. became part of me. They watched so intently, with such focus, that the boundaries between observer and observed dissolved. They merged with what they were seeing. They became shadows themselves, echoes walking beside me. I thought of the 9 missing people, thought of Mrs. Chen's warnings, thought of Tom's wife, saved at the last moment from whatever fate awaited those who paid too much attention. "Why me?" I asked. The shadow seemed to consider this. "You're lonely. You notice things others ignore. You look for patterns, for meaning, for connection. These qualities make you susceptible, perfect." It was right. I had been lonely. The move to the city, away from everyone I knew, had left me isolated. I'd been looking for something to focus on, something to care about. And I'd found it in this nightly ritual, in the mystery of the walking shadow. "I don't want to disappear," I said. "You won't disappear. You'll become more. You'll exist in every shadow, in every dark corner, in every space where light fails. You'll be part of something eternal." There was seduction in its words, a promise of belonging, of purpose, of never being alone again. Part of me wanted to accept, to let go, to sink into that darkness and find peace. But another part, a stubborn, frightened part, rebelled. "No," I said. The shadow grew taller, wider, filling more of the room. "You cannot refuse. You have already begun the transformation. You feel it, don't you? The way your reflection seems slightly off. The way your own shadow moves a fraction of a second after you do. You are becoming liminal, between states, between existence and absence." It was true. I'd noticed these things but dismissed them as tricks of light, as fatigue. Now I understood they were symptoms of something worse. There must be a way to stop it, I said desperately. Only one. Stop seeing me. Forget I exist. Delete the memory of every night you watched, every thought you gave to my presence. Erase me from your mind completely. How? I don't know. No one has ever managed it. The memory is too strong, too compelling. You cannot unsee what has been seen. You cannot unknow what has been known. The shadow began to fade, becoming translucent. I will return tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. Each time, you will be a little less yourself, and a little more like me. Eventually, you will join the patrol. You will walk beside me through the hours of darkness, and you will be content. It disappeared, leaving behind only a cold spot on the floor and the smell of old earth. I spent the next day trying everything I could think of. I went to a therapist, claimed I was having intrusive thoughts, asked about techniques for suppressing memories. I researched meditation, hypnosis, anything that might help me forget. I even considered leaving the city entirely, moving somewhere far away where shadows were just shadows. But Tom's words haunted me. If I was marked, would distance matter? Would the shadow find me wherever I went? That night, I tried a different approach. I covered every reflective surface in my apartment. Mirrors, windows, the screen of my television, anything that might show a shadow. I turned on every light, flooding the space with brightness, that left no room for darkness. At 11:45, I felt it arrive. The temperature dropped despite my heater running full blast. The lights flickered, and in the one reflective surface I'd forgotten, the blank screen of my laptop, I saw it standing behind me. Clever, it said in my mind, but insufficient. I don't need darkness to exist. I need only your awareness. It was right. As long as I knew it was there, as long as I remembered it, it had power over me. I made a decision then. If I couldn't forget it, I would replace it. I would fill my mind with other things, other thoughts, other observations so compelling that there would be no room left for the shadow. I started writing. Everything I could remember about my childhood, my family, my friends. Every book I'd read, every movie I'd seen, every conversation I'd had. I wrote until my hands cramped, until the words blurred on the page. I filled notebook after notebook with memories, with stories, with anything that wasn't the shadow. Days passed. Then weeks. I stopped sleeping at night, spending the dark hours writing, creating barriers of words between myself and the thing that wanted to consume me. I avoided windows, avoided looking at my own shadow, avoided anything that might remind me of that patrol. My coworkers grew concerned. I looked terrible, I knew. Gaunt pale, my eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. But I couldn't stop. Stopping meant thinking. Thinking meant remembering. Remembering meant the shadow. Mrs. Chen found me one morning in the hallway, slumped against the wall, surrounded by notebooks. She helped me back to my apartment, made me tea, forced me to eat. "You're fighting it wrong," she said gently. "You can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. You can only accept it. Accept becoming one of them. Accept disappearing. No. Accept that it exists. Accept that you saw it. Accept that some things in this world operate by rules we don't understand. And then let it go. Not by forgetting, but by choosing not to care. How?" She smiled sadly. I saw it too, you know. Years ago, when I first moved here, it waved at me, just like it did to Tom's wife. And I wanted to go to it, wanted to understand it. But my husband, he told me something I've never forgotten. He said, "Not everything deserves your attention. Not everything that wants to be seen should be looked at. So you just stopped looking." I acknowledged what I saw. I accepted that it was real. And then I decided it wasn't interesting. I found other things to focus on. My garden, my grandchildren, the small, ordinary miracles that happen every day. The shadow still walks past my window every night. I know it's there. But I don't care. And that indifference is its own kind of protection. I wanted to believe her. But I'd gone too far, invested too much attention, too much fear. The shadow had its hooks in deep. That night, at 11:45, I sat in my living room with all the lights on. The shadow appeared anyway, standing in the middle of my floor, more solid than ever before. "Last chance," it said. "Walk with me tonight. Become part of the eternal patrol. Or fight until you break, until there's nothing left of you but exhaustion and fear." I looked at it. really looked at it, and for the first time, I saw past the terror to what it really was. Not a monster, not a predator, just something old and lonely, walking the same route every night for centuries, desperate to be acknowledged, to matter, to exist in someone's awareness. "I see you," I said. "I acknowledge you, but I don't belong to you. You have no choice." "I do. I choose to live my life. I choose to focus on things that matter to me. I choose to care about people, about sunlight, about the taste of coffee and the sound of rain. You're just shadows. You're the absence of light, and I choose light." The shadow wavered. "You cannot simply choose to be free. Watch me." I turned my back on it. I turned on the television, loud enough to drown out the whisper of its presence. Pulled out my phone and called my sister, 3 time zones away, just to hear her voice. Talked about nothing, about everything, about plans to visit at Christmas. Behind me, I felt the shadow watching, waiting, but slowly, gradually, its presence diminished. The cold spot warmed. The weight of its attention lifted. When I finally hung up and turned around, it was gone. It still walks past my building every night. I know it does, because I can hear Mrs. Chen's warning in my mind, can feel Tom's fear, can remember every moment of my own terror. But I don't watch anymore. I don't wait by the window. I don't mark the time. Sometimes, in the deepest part of night, I sense it pause outside. I feel its attention turn toward my apartment, toward me. A question unspoken. Are you still there? Are you still aware of me? And I answer with silence, with indifference, with a life full of other concerns, other joys, other fears that are real and immediate and human. The shadow wants to be seen, needs to be seen. But I've learned that some things don't deserve the power of our attention. Some darknesses grow stronger when we acknowledge them, and weaker when we simply look away. I still see my shadow sometimes, moving slightly out of sync with my body. A reminder of how close I came to losing myself. But I don't dwell on it. Don't study it. Don't give it the weight of my focus. Because in the end, we become what we pay attention to. And I choose to attend to light. The patrol continues. Every night, somewhere, shadows walk that shouldn't walk. And somewhere, people watch who shouldn't watch. The cycle continues, ancient and patient, but not with me. Not anymore. I've closed that chapter, drawn those curtains, chosen to live in daylight. And the shadow, for all its power, for all its hunger, cannot force me to care. That, I've learned, is the only protection that matters. Not forgetting, not running. Just the simple, powerful act of deciding that some mysteries don't need to be solved. Some presences don't need to be understood. Some things can exist in the dark, unobserved, unacknowledged, gradually fading back into the obscurity from which they came. I hope they do. For everyone's sake, I hope they do. Story 5. I arrived in Millbrook on the 3rd of October, exactly 1 month before the festival. The bus dropped me at the edge of town, where the paved road gave way to cobblestones, worn smooth by generations of use. My research grant had secured 6 months of funding to study isolated rural communities and Millbrook. With its population of 300 and its resistance to modernization, seemed like the perfect subject. The town looked like something from another century. Buildings constructed of local stone, their architecture unchanged for 200 years. No chain stores, no traffic lights, no visible signs of the digital age, beyond a few satellite dishes that seemed almost apologetic in their presence. The people I passed on the street nodded politely, but didn't speak. They watched me with the careful attention of those who don't often see strangers. Mrs. Hathaway ran the boarding house where I'd arranged lodging. She was a woman in her 70s, thin and upright, with eyes that seemed to see more than they revealed. She showed me to a room on the 2nd floor, sparsely furnished but clean, with a window that overlooked the town square. As I unpacked, I could see people going about their daily business, moving with the unhurried pace of those whose lives follow patterns established long ago. The first week passed in routine establishment. I introduced myself around town, explaining my research, requesting permission to observe and document daily life. Most people were polite, but distant. They answered my questions with minimal detail, volunteered nothing additional. I sensed I was being tolerated rather than welcomed, permitted to stay, but not invited to belong. The exception was Thomas, a man about my age who worked at the general store. He had left Millbrook for college. He told me spent 5 years in the city, then returned. When I asked why he came back, he got a distant look in his eyes and said simply, "It's home. It's where I belong." But something in his tone suggested obligation rather than choice. I noticed the preparations beginning in the 2nd week of October. People cleaned the town square with unusual thoroughness. The church, a stone structure that dominated the town center, received attention from volunteers who polished its wooden pews and washed its windows until they gleamed. Banners appeared, announcing the harvest festival scheduled for November 3rd. "We've held the festival every year for 200 years," Mrs. Hathaway told me over dinner. "Since the town was founded, it's our most important tradition." She said it matter-of-factly, but I noticed she watched my reaction as she spoke. I asked if I could document the festival for my research. She paused before answering, her fork halfway to her mouth. "You'll need to speak with the council," she said finally. "They oversee festival activities." The council consisted of 5 elders, the oldest families in Millbrook. They met in a room above the general store, and Thomas arranged for me to attend one of their meetings. The room smelled of old wood and older paper. The 5 council members sat at a table that looked as though it had been there since the town's founding. They listened to my request without expression. "The festival is open to all residents," said Mr. Blackwood, the council leader. He was ancient, his face a map of wrinkles, his hands gnarled but steady. "You may observe. You may not photograph. You may not record. And you must participate. The last word hung in the air like a threat or a promise. I agreed, unsure what participation would entail, but not wanting to jeopardize my research access. The council members exchanged glances, some communication passing between them that I couldn't interpret. "Very well," Mr. Blackwood said. "Mrs. Hathaway will instruct you in the preparations." October progressed, and the town's character began to shift. The polite distance I had experienced gave way to something else, not exactly friendliness, but a kind of resigned inclusion. People began speaking to me more freely, though always steering conversations away from certain topics. When I asked about the specifics of the festival, I received vague answers. "You'll see," they would say. It's better to experience than to explain. Thomas became more withdrawn as the festival approached. The casual conversations we'd shared at the general store became shorter, more stilted. When I asked if he was all right, he looked at me with something like pity. "You should leave before the festival," he said quietly. "Take your research elsewhere. There are other towns." But when I pressed him for reasons, he wouldn't elaborate. Mrs. Hathaway began my instruction in the last week of October. She taught me songs in a language that sounded almost like English, but wasn't quite. The words had an archaic quality, as if they had evolved separately from the language spoken in the rest of the country. She showed me gestures, specific movements of hands and arms that accompanied the songs. She did all this with the detached efficiency of someone fulfilling an obligation. "What do the songs mean?" I asked. She looked at me with those penetrating eyes and said, "They mean what they've always meant. Their thanks and their payment. Their remembrance and renewal. The night before the festival, I couldn't sleep. Through my window, I could see people moving in the square, arranging items by torchlight. I watched them build a platform in the center, wooden and substantial, elevated several feet off the ground. They worked in silence, their movements coordinated as if following a choreography they'd practiced many times. Around midnight, I heard sounds outside my door. Footsteps in the hallway, whispered conversations. Mrs. Hathaway's voice, and others I didn't recognize. I considered opening the door, but something kept me in my room. Some instinct that told me certain things were better observed than participated in. Morning came with overcast skies that matched my uneasy mood. Mrs. Hathaway served breakfast earlier than usual and insisted I eat well. "You'll need strength for the day ahead," she said. Her tone was not unkind, but there was a finality to it that made me uncomfortable. The festival began at noon. The entire town gathered in the square. 300 people arranged in concentric circles around the central platform. I was positioned in the outer ring, between Mrs. Hathaway and Thomas. Everyone wore simple clothes, undyed fabrics in natural colors. I had been given similar garments the night before. Mr. Blackwood stood on the platform, his ancient body somehow commanding despite its frailty. He raised his arms, and the crowd fell silent. He began to speak, not in English, but in that archaic language I had learned fragments of. His voice carried across the square with unexpected power. The crowd responded in unison, words I had been taught but didn't fully understand. Then the singing began. Those strange songs with their stranger melodies, rising from 300 throats in perfect harmony. The sound was beautiful and terrible, carrying through the town and into the surrounding hills. I sang along, Eve the words coming automatically from the repetitive practice Mrs. Hathaway had drilled into me. But I didn't know what I was singing. I didn't understand what I was invoking. The ceremony progressed through stages. More songs, more responsive speaking. Gestures performed in unison. The crowd moved in patterns, circles rotating in different directions, creating complex geometries in the square. I moved with them, swept along by the choreography, by the momentum of 300 people performing a ritual perfected over 2 centuries. As the afternoon wore on, the atmosphere changed. What had begun as formal ceremony took on a different quality. The air grew thick, oppressive. The overcast sky darkened though sunset was hours away. The temperature dropped noticeably. People's expressions became more intense, their movements more fervent. I felt it too, a building energy, a pressure that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Mr. Blackwood called out something, a phrase that made everyone turn toward the church. The doors opened, and people emerged carrying something between them. As they came closer, I could see it was a figure, bound and hooded. My stomach clenched. This was what Thomas had warned me about. This was why he had told me to leave. The figure was brought to the platform and placed in the center. The hood was removed, and I saw it was a young man I recognized from around town. Someone I had passed on the street, but never spoken to. His eyes were wide but oddly unfocused, as if he was present but not fully conscious. He didn't struggle against his bindings. He didn't call out. He simply stood there, swaying slightly, while Mr. Blackwood began a new chant. The crowd's singing intensified. The words came faster, more urgently. The patterns of movement became more complex. And through it all, the young man stood motionless, his unseeing eyes fixed on something above the crowd, something I couldn't perceive. Mr. Blackwood produced a blade, not large, but obviously ceremonial, its handle ornate with carvings I couldn't make out from my distance. He raised it above his head, and the crowd's voice reached a crescendo. I wanted to stop it, to cry out, to break the ceremony. But I found I couldn't move. My body continued the patterns I had been taught. My voice continued the songs I had memorized. I was caught in the momentum of it, a single cell in an organism performing its programmed function. The blade descended. But what happened next wasn't what I expected. Instead of violence, there was light. Brilliant, searing light that erupted from where the blade touched the young man. The light expanded, filling the square, passing through all of us. It was cold fire, burning without heat, revealing without illuminating. For a moment that stretched into eternity, I could see beyond the surface of things, I saw Millbrook not as it appeared, but as it truly was. The town wasn't just a collection of buildings and people. It was a structure, a carefully maintained architecture of belief and practice that held back something vast and hungry. The festival wasn't celebration. It was payment. It was tribute. It was the price of continued existence. I saw the thing that dwelled beneath Millbrook, or perhaps around it, in dimensions that overlapped our reality without being part of it. It was old. So old that human concepts of time were meaningless when applied to it. It had been here before the town, before humans had come to this land. It had allowed the settlement on conditions. It had negotiated a contract with the founders 2 centuries ago. And the Harvest Festival was the fulfillment of that contract. The young man on the platform was changing. Not dying, but transforming. His substance was being converted into something else. Something that fed the thing beneath. His identity, his memories, his potential futures, all of it was being offered up and consumed. In exchange, Millbrook would continue. The crops would grow. The children would be healthy. The town would persist in its protected bubble, isolated from the chaos of the wider world. Then the light faded, and I was back in my body in the square, my voice ragged from singing, my limbs aching from movement. The young man was gone. Nothing remained on the platform except some ash that might have been cloth or might have been organic matter. But the crowd's singing softened, became something gentler, something almost like a lullaby. Mr. Blackwood descended from the platform. The formal ceremony was over. People began to relax, to move naturally, to speak in normal voices. A celebration followed, though calling it that felt obscene. Food was brought out, tables set up. Music played, normal music, cheerful and human. Children ran through the square laughing. It was as if the last hours hadn't happened, as if nothing had been sacrificed at all. I found Thomas at the edge of the festivities. He was drinking something from a flask, his expression hollow. "Now you know," he said. "Now you understand why I tried to warn you." I asked him who the young man had been, what his name was. Thomas shook his head. "It doesn't matter. He was chosen. His family knows honor. The town continues. That's all that matters." I spent the rest of the day in a daze, participating in the celebration, because not participating would have been noticed. People smiled at me, welcomed me, told me I was truly one of them now. I had witnessed the festival. I had participated. I was complicit in the continuation of Millbrook's contract. Night fell, and the festivities finally ended. I returned to Mrs. Hathaway's boarding house, climbed the stairs to my room, and sat by the window looking out at the square. The platform had already been disassembled, the evidence removed. Tomorrow the square would look as it always did, peaceful and normal, giving no hint of what had occurred there. Mrs. Hathaway brought me tea without being asked. She sat in the chair across from me and waited until I looked at her. "You understand now," she said. It wasn't a question. Every town has its secrets. Every community pays prices for its continued existence. Millbrook's price is explicit. We know what we give and what we receive. Most places make the same exchanges without acknowledging them. I wanted to argue, to deny, to claim that what I had witnessed was unique in its horror. But part of me, the part that had seen beyond surfaces during that moment of brilliant light, knew she was right. Every human settlement is built on negotiation with forces larger than itself. Most people just don't see the contracts being fulfilled. "Can I leave?" I asked. She nodded. "Yes, you weren't chosen. You were witness. You're free to go whenever you wish. But you'll carry the knowledge with you. You'll see the patterns everywhere now. You'll recognize the prices being paid, even when they're hidden." She paused, sipping her tea. "Or you can stay, become part of Millbrook, accept the contract. Live in certainty rather than ignorance." I thought about Thomas, who had left and returned. I thought about all the people in the square, participating willingly in something that should have been impossible to accept. I thought about the thing beneath the town, ancient and patient, waiting for its next payment. "How often?" I asked. "How often does the festival happen?" "Once a year," she said. "Always November 3rd. The chosen one volunteers. It's considered an honor. Their family receives status, respect, material support. And the town continues for another year. And if the festival doesn't happen," her expression hardened, "it always happens. There's always someone willing. There's always someone who accepts the honor. Because the alternative is unthinkable." I stayed in Millbrook for 2 more weeks, documenting with new eyes. I saw the subtle signs of the contract everywhere. The unnatural health of the residents. The way crops grew more abundantly in Millbrook's fields than in surrounding areas. The absence of random tragedy, of unexpected death, of the 1,000 small disasters that plague normal human communities. Millbrook was protected, preserved, sustained by its annual payment. Thomas helped me understand the details. The chosen one was selected a year in advance. They spent that year in preparation, gradually accepting their role, being honored and celebrated. By the time the festival arrived, they went willingly, perhaps even eagerly. The transformation during the ceremony was supposed to be painless, transcendent, a merging with something greater than individual existence. "Do you believe that?" I asked him. He looked away. "I have to believe it. We all have to believe it. Otherwise, we're just murderers maintaining an evil contract. But if we believe the chosen ones transcend, join with something cosmic and eternal, then we're participants in something sacred." His voice cracked slightly on the last word. I left Millbrook on November 18th. Mrs. Hathaway packed me a lunch for the bus journey. As courteous and efficient as she had been the day I arrived. The town looked peaceful in the morning light, its cobblestone streets empty except for a few early risers. No one came to see me off. I had been witness, been participant, and now I was leaving. That was acceptable to the contract. On the bus, pulling away from the town, I looked back and saw Mr. Blackwood standing at the edge of the square. He raised one gnarled hand in farewell or warning. I couldn't tell which. The town receded into the distance, looking picturesque and harmless, exactly like the isolated rural community I had come to study. But I carried Millbrook with me, as Mrs. Hathaway had predicted. In the city where I returned to write my research, I began to see patterns. The homeless who disappeared from certain neighborhoods at certain times. The way some communities thrived while others, seemingly identical, decayed. The celebrations that marked transitions no one discussed openly. The prices paid in ways that could be explained rationally, but felt like something else entirely. I wrote my dissertation on Millbrook, but not about the festival. I documented the surface things, the architecture and social structures and preservation of traditional practices. My advisor praised the work. It was published. Other researchers cited it. None of them knew what I had really witnessed, what I really understood about the town. But I kept a separate journal, this one, where I recorded the truth. The ceremony, the transformation, the thing beneath the town that required annual feeding to maintain its bargain. I wrote it all down in detail, not knowing if anyone would ever read it or believe it. I wrote it because bearing witness alone felt like a burden too great to carry silently. Years passed. I moved on to other research. Other towns, always looking for similar patterns. I found them sometimes, hints and suggestions of contracts maintained, prices paid, bargains struck with forces that existed outside normal human understanding. Most places were more subtle than Millbrook. They didn't have explicit ceremonies, but the payments were made nonetheless. I received letters from Thomas occasionally. Brief updates on Millbrook, written in careful language that never mentioned the festival directly. The town continued. Crops remained abundant. The population stayed stable at 300. Every November, I imagined the ceremony repeating. Another chosen one ascending the platform, another transformation feeding the hungry thing beneath. Then, last month, Thomas's letters stopped. I called the general store, but got no answer. I searched online, but found nothing recent about Millbrook, as if the town had faded from digital existence. Concerned, or perhaps compelled by something, I didn't want to examine too closely. I decided to return. The bus route had changed. I had to take a series of connections, ending with a local service that dropped me at a crossroads 10 miles from town. I walked the rest of the way, following roads I remembered, through landscape that looked both familiar and strange. I arrived at dusk. The town was there, its stone buildings unchanged, but something felt different. The air had a quality I couldn't name, a thickness or a vibration that hadn't been present before. The streets were empty. No lights in windows. No sounds of human habitation. I walked to Mrs. Hathaway's boarding house. The door was unlocked. Inside, everything was in place. Furniture and belongings undisturbed. But there was dust, months of it, coating surfaces. I called out. My voice echoed in the empty building. I searched the town as darkness fell. Every building was the same, orderly, intact, abandoned. No signs of struggle or disaster, just absence. 300 people had simply ceased to be present. I found the general store where Thomas had worked. His jacket still hung on a peg behind the counter. A ledger lay open to an entry dated November 2nd. The church was locked. I broke a window to get in, something I would never have dared when the town was inhabited. Inside, the sanctuary was dark and cold. The pews stood in perfect rows. The altar at the front bore ceremonial items I recognized from the festival, and behind the altar was a door I had never noticed before. The door opened onto stairs leading down. Of course it did. There had to be a physical connection, a literal pathway to whatever dwelt beneath. The stairs were stone, worn smooth by centuries of use. They descended in a spiral that made me dizzy. Down and down into depths that shouldn't exist beneath a small church. I don't know how long I walked down those stairs. Time felt strange, elastic, as it had during the festival ceremony. Eventually, the stairs opened into a chamber. Not carved from rock, but somehow grown, its walls organic and smooth, pulsing with faint bioluminescence. In the center of the chamber was the thing. I can't describe it properly, because it existed in more dimensions than I could fully perceive. It was vast and contained, ancient and newborn, singular and multiple. It was the entity that Millbrook had contracted with 2 centuries ago. And it was dying. I understood immediately what had happened. The contract had been broken. Someone had refused to participate. The festival had failed to occur. And without its annual payment, the thing was starving, collapsing in on itself, taking Millbrook with it. The people weren't gone. They were here, in the chamber, absorbed into the thing. I could sense them. 300 consciousnesses suspended in the dying entity's structure. They weren't dead, but they weren't exactly alive either. They existed in a state of dissolution, their individual identities blurring together, merging with something that no longer had the strength to maintain them as separate entities. I could hear them, not with my ears, but with whatever sense I had developed during my participation in the festival. They were calling out, not for help, but in confusion. They didn't understand what had happened. They had fulfilled their contract. They had paid their prices. They had done everything correctly for 200 years. Why had it failed? Then I understood the final piece. The contract wasn't just about the annual sacrifice. It was about belief, about willing participation, about conscious acceptance of the terms. As long as everyone in Millbrook accepted the bargain, the thing was sustained. But someone, probably Thomas Baston when his letters had stopped, had refused, had said no, had broken the chain of willing acceptance. And with that refusal, the entire structure had collapsed. Not just the festival, but the town itself. The protection, the abundance, the preservation. All of it had been contingent on unanimous acceptance. One person's rejection had undone 2 centuries of contract. The thing in the chamber reached out to me. Not physically, but conceptually, its consciousness brushing against mine. It showed me what it was, what it had been. An entity from the spaces between realities, neither malevolent nor benevolent, but simply hungry. It had found humans and negotiated with them, he offering protection in exchange for sustenance. It hadn't understood human concepts of good and evil. It had only understood need and payment. Now it was dying, and it was taking Millbrook with it. The absorbed consciousnesses would dissolve completely when it finally expired. The town above would crumble. The land would return to wilderness. 2 centuries of human habitation would be erased, as if they had never occurred. The thing offered me a choice. I could become the new anchor. I could accept the contract on behalf of Millbrook, restart the bargain, restore the town and its people. All it required was my willing acceptance, my conscious agreement to maintain the annual festivals, to ensure the sacrifices continued, or I could refuse and let it all end. Let the thing die, let Millbrook fade. Let the 300 absorbed consciousnesses dissolve into whatever comes after individual existence ends. I would be free. The contract would be truly broken. But everything Millbrook had been would be lost. I stood in that pulsing chamber for hours, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning there. I thought about Thomas and his attempt to break free. I thought about Mrs. Hathaway and her pragmatic acceptance. I thought about the young man who had been transformed while I watched, whose name I still didn't know. I thought about 200 years of chosen ones, all supposedly willing, all supposedly honored. And I thought about the nature of communities, of the prices they pay for continued existence, of the bargains made explicit or implicit with forces larger than individual human will. Millbrook had made its bargain openly, consciously. Most places made similar bargains while pretending they didn't exist. In the end, I made my choice. I won't tell you what it was. That's something you'll need to determine for yourself. If you ever visit the site where Millbrook stood, or stands, or might stand again, the bus route is unreliable. The roads are confusing. But if you're determined, you can find it. If you find a thriving town of 300 people, living in stone buildings, unchanged by modernization, then you'll know I accepted. You'll know I chose to preserve Millbrook and its contract. And if you visit on November 3rd, you'll see the Harvest Festival, and you'll understand the price of that preservation. If you find only ruins, stones scattered and overgrown, with no sign that anyone has lived there for decades, then you'll know I refused. You'll know I chose to let the contract die, to let the thing starve, to let 300 consciousnesses dissolve rather than perpetuate the bargain. Either way, this journal will remain. I'm leaving it here in the chamber, sealed in a container that should survive whether the town does or not. Someone will find it eventually. Someone will read this account and learn what happened in Millbrook, what choices were made, what prices were paid or refused. I'm walking up the stairs now, leaving the chamber behind, My legs are tired. My mind is exhausted. I made a choice, and I'll have to live with it, or die with it, or become something else entirely because of it. The stairs seem longer going up than they were coming down. But maybe that's just because I know what I'm climbing toward. The door at the top is closed. I don't remember closing it. My hand is on the handle. I'm about to open it and see what exists on the other side. Will it be an empty church in an abandoned town? Or will it be a church in a living community, with Mrs. Hathaway waiting to offer me tea? With Thomas at the general store ready to discuss the weather, with Mr. Blackwood preparing for next year's festival. I'm turning the handle now. The door is opening. Light is coming through, but I can't tell yet what kind of light it is. Natural sunlight on ruins. Lamplight in a populated town. Something else entirely. I'm stepping through. I'm crossing the threshold. I'm about to discover what my choice has created or destroyed. The journal ends here because what comes next is something I'll experience rather than record. If you're reading this, then the container survived. But whether I survived, whether Millbrook survived, whether the contract survived, you'll have to discover for yourself. Come to the coordinates I've written on the final page. Walk the confusing roads. Look for stone buildings or their ruins. And on November 3rd, if you're brave or foolish enough, attend the Harvest Festival, or stand in the empty space where it once occurred. Either way, you'll understand something about the prices we pay for continued existence, about the contracts we make with forces we barely comprehend, about the choices that define not just individuals but entire communities across generations. This is my testimony. This is my witness. This is the truth about Millbrook and its Harvest Festival. May whatever gods exist have mercy on my choice. The door is fully open now. I'm stepping through. Story 6. I keep a journal now. Not because I think anyone will read it, but because speaking aloud feels wrong in the silence. My voice sounds too loud, too human, too much like something that might attract attention. So I write, and the scratching of pen on paper becomes my only companion in these empty days. They came on a Tuesday. I remember, because Tuesdays were always my least favorite day. Caught between the optimism of Monday and the resignation of Wednesday's midpoint. I was in the library, buried in the basement archives, where the temperature stayed cool and constant, cataloging documents that no one had touched in decades. The fluorescent lights flickered, as they always did, creating shadows that danced across the walls in patterns I had memorized over 3 years of working there. The first indication that something was wrong was the silence. Not the usual library quiet, punctuated by footsteps and whispered conversations, but a complete absence of sound. Even the building's constant hum, that low-frequency vibration of ventilation and electricity, had stopped. I looked up from a box of papers dated 1947, dusty and brittle, and noticed that the lights had changed. They no longer flickered. They held steady with an intensity that seemed almost alive. I climbed the stairs from the basement. My footsteps echoed in a way they never had before, as if the building had grown larger around me, or emptier. The main floor was deserted. Books lay open on tables where people had been reading them. A coffee cup still steamed near the circulation desk. The computer screens glowed with frozen images, cursors blinking in the middle of unfinished sentences. Through the tall windows, I saw the street. Cars sat motionless in the middle of the road, doors hanging open. A bicycle lay on its side, front wheel still spinning lazily. And above it all, the sky had changed. What had been a normal afternoon sky, pale blue with scattered clouds, had taken on a quality I struggle to describe even now. It looked deeper, as if someone had added dimensions to it that shouldn't exist. Colors moved through it that I don't have names for. Colors that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on them. I walked outside. The air felt thick, viscous, like moving through honey. Each breath required effort and tasted metallic on my tongue. The silence was complete. No birds, no wind, no distant traffic hum. Just my breathing and my footsteps and the sound of my heart beating too fast in my chest. The street was lined with abandoned vehicles. I looked into each one as I passed, empty. All empty. Car seats still warm. Phones still playing music through disconnected Bluetooth speakers. A child's toy dropped on the ground, still making its electronic chirping sound until the batteries died while I stood there watching. I called out. My voice disappeared into the thick air, as if absorbed by something unseen. No echo. No response. I walked to the apartment building where I lived, 3 blocks from the library. The front door stood open. I climbed 4 flights of stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last, as if gravity was increasing with altitude. My apartment door was locked. I was grateful for that small piece of normalcy. Inside, everything looked exactly as I had left it that morning. Breakfast dishes in the sink. Bed unmade. The normalcy felt obscene. I turned on the television. Static. Every channel showed the same gray snow, but if I watched long enough, patterns seemed to emerge from the noise. Shapes that almost looked intentional. I turned it off quickly. The radio was the same, except the static had a rhythm to it, a pulse that matched my heartbeat too precisely to be coincidence. That first night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window and watched the sky change. The strange colors deepened as darkness fell, and new ones appeared. Sometimes the colors would concentrate, forming what looked like vast shapes, moving through the atmosphere. They never came close enough to see clearly, but I had the impression of massive geometries, angles that hurt to perceive, surfaces that reflected light in ways that light shouldn't be able to move. Days passed. I'm not sure how many now. Time feels different without other people to mark it against. The sun still rises and sets, but the intervals between feel irregular, as if someone is adjusting the speed at which the earth rotates. Sometimes day lasts for what feels like hours. Sometimes it stretches on until I'm certain a full day has passed. But when night finally comes, My watch insists only 12 hours have elapsed. I explored the city. It's a strange thing to have an entire urban landscape to yourself. I walked down the middle of streets, entered stores through their open doors, stood in the center of the plaza where hundreds of people used to gather. Everywhere, the same signs of sudden absence. Meals half-eaten, conversations interrupted mid-sentence, evidenced by text messages still displayed on abandoned phones. In one house, I found a bathtub still full of water, toys floating on the surface. The water was cold but hadn't drained. I started to notice the changes in the third week. Subtle at first. The city looked the same, but felt different. Buildings seemed taller when I wasn't looking directly at them. Streets led to places they shouldn't lead to. I walked from the library to my apartment using a familiar route and found myself somewhere I didn't recognize, even though I never turned off the path I knew. When I retraced my steps, the library was there where it should be, as if it had always been there, as if I had imagined being lost. Objects move when I'm not watching. Not dramatically, but enough to notice. I place a glass on a table and leave the room. When I return, it's an inch to the left. I arrange canned goods in a pantry with the labels facing out. The next morning, some face backward. I don't hear them move. I never catch them in the act, but they move. The sky continues its color displays. I've stopped looking up as often, because each time I do, I understand less about what I'm seeing. The shapes are more frequent now, and sometimes they descend lower, close enough that I can see they have surfaces, textures, structures. They're not ships. That's the wrong word. They're more like projections, or shadows cast by objects that exist in dimensions I can't perceive. Watching them too long makes my head ache in a way that feels like the pain is coming from inside my thoughts rather than my brain. I found others once, or thought I did. I saw figures moving in the distance, human-shaped, and I ran toward them shouting. They turned to look at me, and I stopped running. Their movements were right, but something about their proportions was wrong. Too tall, or arms too long, or heads that sat on shoulders at angles that made my stomach turn. They watched me watch them, and then they turned and walked away, moving in synchrony like parts of a single organism. I didn't follow. Water still runs from the taps. Electricity still flows. Whoever or whatever took everyone left the infrastructure intact and functioning. Sometimes I wonder if it's all for me, if I'm being kept alive deliberately, maintained like a specimen in an observation chamber. The thought should terrify me, but mostly it feels lonely. At least being studied implies I'm worth studying. I've been reading the books in the library. All of them, eventually, I suppose. I started with the normal ones, novels and histories and scientific texts. But I've gravitated toward the strange ones. The ones kept in the basement, where I was working when it happened. Books about things that don't exist, theories about realities adjacent to ours. Philosophical texts that argue consciousness isn't what we think it is. One book, written in 1923 by an author I've never heard of. It describes the feeling I have when I look at the sky now, he called it. The sensation of witnessing one's own irrelevance in the face of scales that reduce human perception to crude approximation. At night, I dream I'm in the library basement, but it's deeper than it should be, stretching down into darkness that feels warm and alive. I'm still cataloging documents, but the dates on them grow older as I work. 1947, 1898, 1634-200. The numbers decrease, and the languages change, becoming ones I don't recognize. Then symbols that aren't language at all, just marks that convey meaning directly into my mind without translation. In the dreams, I know I'm cataloging what came before, and I understand that I'm the librarian maintaining records of a reality that's being replaced. I wake from these dreams and find myself not in my bed, but standing in different locations. The library, the plaza. Once, on the roof of a building I don't remember climbing. I'm never injured, never in danger, just relocated, as if whatever moves the glasses and rotates the cans has started moving me too. The mirrors have become unreliable. I look the same, I think, but sometimes when I catch my reflection in windows or polished surfaces, I'm not alone in the image. There's something standing behind me, or beside me, or superimposed over me. It's never there when I turn around. It has no features I can describe, just a presence that my reflection shows, but my eyes can't see. I've stopped looking at mirrors when I can avoid it. Food remains fresh far longer than it should. Bread doesn't mold. The fruit doesn't rot. Milk in the refrigerator stays good weeks past its expiration date. I know this should disturb me more than it does, but I've started to accept the wrongness as a new kind of normal. The rules have changed. I'm learning the new ones through observation and experience. There are sounds at night now. Not loud ones, but subtle. Footsteps that stop when I hold my breath to listen. Breathing that isn't mine. Coming from corners of rooms I'm certain are empty. Voices speaking in languages that sound almost familiar, as if I should be able to understand them if I could just focus a little harder. I never can. The meaning stays just out of reach, or like trying to read text in a dream. I've started talking to the presences I don't see. It feels less insane than the alternative, which is accepting complete solitude. I tell them about my day, what books I'm reading, what I found while exploring. Sometimes, very rarely, I get the sense that they're listening. A shift in the air, a pause in the ambient sound, as if attention has been focused on me. It never lasts long, but in those moments, I feel less alone. The strangest part is that I'm adapting. I've developed routines. I wake when the light through my window reaches a certain angle. I eat breakfast from ever-fresh food. I walk through the city, exploring new areas, finding new evidence of lives interrupted. I read in the library. I watch the sky change. I return to my apartment when the colors deepen. I write in my journal. I sleep, or try to. The next day begins, and I do it again. Sometimes I wonder if everyone else experienced a different version of whatever happened? If they're in their own separate realities, each thinking they're the only one left. If somewhere, in a dimension adjacent to mine, there's a version of the city where I'm the one who disappeared, where someone else is walking these empty streets, wondering what happened. Maybe that's what the shapes in the sky are. Maybe they're people from other versions, visible to each other only as geometric impossibilities, as colors without names. I climbed to the top of the tallest building in the city last week. It took most of a day, climbing stairs in darkness, because the elevators, while powered, seemed dangerous to trust. From the roof, I could see the entire city spread below, and beyond it, other cities in the distance. All empty, all waiting. The sky above was a canvas of colors that pulsed and swirled, and for the first time, I thought I could see pattern in them. Not randomness, but communication. Information being displayed in a format I wasn't designed to read. Like watching data transfer between computers in a language of pure light. I stayed on that roof until night fell, and I saw the stars. They were in the wrong places. Constellations I had memorized as a child were gone, replaced by new patterns. Either the Earth has moved, or the stars have, or something has changed in the space between. I tried to find Polaris, the North Star, the fixed point by which generations of humans navigated. It wasn't there. In its place was a darkness, so deep it seemed to pull at my vision, drawing my gaze into depths that made me dizzy. I descended the building in full darkness, feeling my way down stairs I couldn't see. Each step was an act of faith that the floor would be there, that gravity would work as expected, that I would reach the bottom eventually. When I finally pushed through the ground floor door, the street was different. Not dramatically, but in small ways. Buildings I didn't remember. A park where there should have been parking lots. I walked back to my apartment, following instinct more than memory, and somehow arrived at the right place, even though I'm certain the route I took doesn't actually exist. I think I'm becoming like the city, flexible, mutable, existing in multiple states simultaneously. Sometimes I'm certain I can see myself from outside, as if consciousness has detached slightly from my body. I watch myself move through rooms, and there's a delay between deciding to move and seeing myself move, as if observation and action are separating into distinct processes. The books in the library are changing. Pages I read yesterday contain different text today. Historical events are described differently. Authors have written books they never wrote in the world I remember. A novel I loved as a teenager now has a different ending. One that makes me question whether I really remember the original, or if I've been overwritten along with the text. I found a calendar in an office building. The dates were wrong. Not just wrong, but organized differently. Months I don't recognize. Numbers that skip from 17 to 19 without 18 between them. When I tried to mark the current date, I realized I don't know what it is anymore. The concept of date has become flexible, approximate, almost metaphorical. But I continue. I maintain routines because routines are what separate conscious beings from objects that merely exist. I eat. I read. I walk. I observe. I document. I am the librarian of a world that's being recatalogued, and my job is to notice the changes, even if I can't understand them. The sky is particularly active tonight. Our colors I've never seen before are bleeding across the atmosphere in patterns that almost look like writing. The shapes are closer than they've ever been, low enough that I can see details in their surfaces. They're not smooth. They're covered in structures that might be windows, or sensors, or eyes. I can feel them watching me watch them. A mutual observation that feels less like threat and more like acknowledgement. I'm writing this final entry because I think something is about to change. The feeling has been building for days. A pressure in the air, a thickness in time itself. The presences I talk to have been more active, more present. Objects don't just move anymore. They rearrange into patterns. The glasses in my kitchen have organized themselves into concentric circles. The books in the library stack themselves into spirals that reach toward the ceiling. Tomorrow, I'm going back to the basement where this began. I'm going to continue cataloging those documents, going deeper into the collection, finding the older entries. Something tells me that's what I'm meant to do. That my purpose in this new reality is to be the one who maintains the records of transition. The one who documents the before, so that whatever comes after will know something existed here. If you're reading this, if somehow this journal survives in a form that can be found and understood, know that I was here. I witnessed the changing. I remained conscious through the transition. I don't know what I'm becoming, or what the world is becoming, but I'm trying to face it with curiosity rather than fear. Curiosity is the most human thing I have left. The shapes are descending now. They're coming lower than they ever have. The colors are so intense that my room is lit by them, bathed in hues that make my skin look like it belongs to someone else. I can hear the voice, like sounds more clearly, and they're starting to resolve into something almost comprehensible. Almost. I think I'm about to understand. I think understanding is what happens right before you change into something that doesn't need to understand anymore. I think that's okay. The pen is getting hard to hold. My hands are mine, but they feel distant, as if they belong to someone I used to be. The distinction between me and everything else is softening, boundaries dissolving. I can feel the city around me, all of it at once, every empty room and abandoned car and book on every shelf. I'm becoming distributed, spread across the space that used to separate things. This is my last entry as the person who walked into the library basement on a Tuesday afternoon. What comes next will still be me, I think, but me as something larger, something that exists in the new configuration of reality. I was the last witness to the world that was. I will be the first witness to the world that is becoming. The library basement awaits. the older documents call to me. I'm going down. Story 7. Day 347. Or maybe 348. The batteries in my watch died months ago, and I've been counting sunrises, but sometimes I sleep through them. Sometimes I'm not sure if I've slept at all, or if the exhaustion has simply reached a level where waking and sleeping feel the same. I keep this audio log because hearing my own voice reminds me I'm still human. In the wasteland, it's easy to forget what humanity sounds like. The infected don't talk. They make sounds, terrible sounds, but nothing that resembles language. And the silence between those sounds is worse than the sounds themselves. Today I'm in what used to be a shopping mall. The roof has collapsed in sections, letting in irregular patches of daylight that make the shadows deeper by contrast. I'm sitting in what was once a bookstore, surrounded by paperbacks swollen with moisture and covered in mold. The smell of decay is everywhere. It's the smell of the world now. I barely notice it anymore. The infection spreads slowly. That's what makes it so insidious. In the movies, people turned instantly, dramatically. But this is gradual. It starts with a fever, then the confusion, then the forgetting. You forget how to speak first, how to use tools, how to recognize faces. The person you were dissolves piece by piece, and what's left isn't dead. It's something that remembers having needs, but has forgotten what those needs were for. I watched it happen to Marcus. We were traveling together for 6 weeks after we both escaped the quarantine zone in the city. He was a teacher before. He told me about his students, his lesson plans, the small victories of helping someone understand a difficult concept. He was kind. He shared his food, even when we were both starving. He kept watch while I slept, and never once thought about abandoning me. The fever started on a Wednesday. He said it was nothing, just stress, just exhaustion. But I knew. We both knew. We'd seen it enough times. The first stage lasts about 3 days. You're still yourself. But you can feel something wrong, happening inside your thoughts, like a fog rolling in at the edges of your consciousness. Marcus made me promise to leave him. He said it while he was still coherent, while he could still articulate the future he saw coming. I promised. I lied. I stayed with him through the second stage, when the confusion set in. He would forget where we were, who I was, why we were hiding. He'd try to walk out of our shelter in the middle of the day, when the infected were most active. I had to restrain him, tie him to a support beam with strips of cloth, and the look in his eyes as I did it haunts me still. He understood enough to know he was becoming something else, but not enough to stop it. By the third stage, he didn't recognize me at all. He looked at me with the empty curiosity of the infected. That terrible blank stare that sees you without comprehending you. His movements became jerky, uncoordinated. He stopped speaking entirely, making only low moaning sounds when he wanted something, though he could no longer articulate what. I left him in the fourth stage, when the physical changes became visible. His skin took on that grayish tone, blood pooling in his extremities as circulation changed. His eyes clouded over with a milky film. His breathing slowed to barely perceptible. I released him from the restraints, left him water and food he would no longer know how to use, and walked away. I heard him follow me for a while, his footsteps irregular behind me, but I didn't look back. Eventually the footsteps stopped. I tell myself he's still out there somewhere, part of the shambling masses that fill the spaces between structures. I tell myself that some part of Marcus still exists in that body, dreaming perhaps, locked in a consciousness that can't express itself. I don't know if that's comforting or horrifying. The wasteland is full of the infected now. They don't hunt actively like in the stories. They wander. They congregate in open spaces, standing together in loose groups, swaying slightly, as if listening to music no one else can hear. They're docile unless you startle them. Then they move with that horrible sudden coordination, all turning toward the disturbance at once, their heads tilting at identical angles. I've learned to move quietly. I've learned which sounds attract them and which they ignore. Sudden noises, especially mechanical sounds, draw them immediately. But natural sounds, wind and rain and animal cries, they don't react to. It's as if whatever they've become is specifically attuned to the presence of uninfected humans, as if we emit some frequency they can detect. Water is harder to find than food. The infection spread through the water supply initially, which is how it got so many people so quickly. Now I only drink from sources I can verify are isolated. Rain collected from clean surfaces. Water from deep wells, hand-pumped. Once I found a swimming pool, covered and chlorinated, abandoned at the beginning of the outbreak. I camped there for 2 weeks, drinking my fill, bathing for the first time in months. But I knew I couldn't stay. Staying anywhere too long means leaving traces, and traces mean other survivors find you. Other survivors are more dangerous than the infected. The infected are predictable. They wander, they congregate, they react to stimuli in consistent ways. But survivors are desperate, and desperation makes people unpredictable. I've been shot at 3 times by people who saw me and assumed I was a threat. I've had supplies stolen while I slept. Once, I found a group that seemed friendly, that invited me to join them. And I woke the next morning tied up, while they debated whether to take my supplies and leave me, or take my supplies and kill me. I escaped during the argument, but the trust I had been beginning to rebuild died there. Now I travel alone. I mark safe routes on a map I keep hidden. I cache supplies in locations only I know about. I sleep in different places each night, never establishing a pattern. I've become nocturnal, moving during the hours when the infected are least active. The quiet hours, I call them. Between 2 and 5 in the morning, when even the shambling crowds seem to slow down, to enter something like sleep while still standing. During the quiet hours, the wasteland becomes almost peaceful. The moon illuminates the broken landscape in silver light. Abandoned cars gleam like sculptures. Empty buildings become monuments to a world that was. I walk down the centers of highways, my footsteps echoing off concrete barriers. And for brief moments, I can pretend I'm the last person on Earth. Not a survivor hiding from the infected and the desperate. Just alone, completely and simply alone. But the sun always rises, and with it comes the reminder that I'm not alone. I'm surrounded by millions of not quite dead things that used to be people. The wasteland wakes up with sounds that chill me, no matter how many times I hear them. The moaning, that low collective sound that rises from the infected masses like the hum of insects. It's not coordinated. Each voice operates independently, but together they create a symphony of loss. I found a hospital last week, or what remained of one. The infected had congregated there in the early days, drawn by instinct to a place they associated with healing. Now they were gone, but the evidence remained. Bodies in various stages of decay, though the infection preserves tissue in strange ways. Rooms filled with medical supplies that had expired or become contaminated. And journals, dozens of journals, left by healthcare workers who had stayed to the end. I read them all. I know I shouldn't have. They contained nothing but despair. Detailed accounts of watching patients transform, of making impossible choices about who to treat and who to isolate, of the slow realization that nothing they did mattered. But I read them anyway, driven by a need to understand, to connect with people who had faced what I'm facing now. One journal was different. A doctor named Sarah had written it. And unlike the others, she didn't focus on the horror. She wrote about her observations of the infected, how they moved, how they communicated, how they seemed to retain certain behaviors from their former lives. A man who had been a smoker would bring his fingers to his mouth repeatedly. A woman who had been a mother would gather small objects and arrange them protectively around her. The infection didn't erase them completely, Sarah wrote. It transformed them into something that operated on instinct and muscle memory. Something that had forgotten the why, but remembered the how. Sarah's last entry was dated 6 months ago. She had contracted the infection and knew it. She wrote about the fever, the confusion beginning to set in. Her handwriting deteriorated as the entry progressed, becoming less controlled, more childlike. The final words were barely legible. I wonder what I'll remember when I forget everything else. I took Sarah's journal with me. I'm not sure why. It's extra weight. And weight means slower movement, and slower movement means higher risk. But I need to carry something of her. Some testament that she existed, that she faced the transformation with curiosity instead of just fear. Food is surprisingly available. Canned goods last for years past their expiration dates. Dried foods remain edible indefinitely if kept dry. I've broken into enough grocery stores and homes to accumulate knowledge about what can still be eaten and what should be avoided. The infected don't eat in any conventional sense. They're drawn to movement, to noise, to the presence of the uninfected, but they don't hunt for sustenance. Whatever the infection does to metabolism, it sustains them without food. This raises questions I try not to think about. If they don't need food, what sustains them? If they don't sleep in any meaningful way, what keeps their bodies functioning? Are they dying slowly, preserved temporarily by the infection before eventual decay? Or has the infection fundamentally changed what it means to be alive, creating a new category of existence that's neither living nor dead? I've seen infected that have been shambling for months. I recognize them by their clothes, by unique features. A tall man with a distinctive limp, a woman in a red jacket that's now faded to pink, a child no more than 10 wearing a backpack that's too large for his frame. They persist. They continue. They exist in a state that defies my understanding of biology. At night, when I'm hidden and safe for the moment, I think about immunity. Why am I still uninfected? I've been exposed countless times. I've breathed air that infected people have breathed. I've touched surfaces they've touched. I've been splattered with their blood when I've had to fight my way through them. Yet the fever never comes. Am I immune? Or just lucky? And if I'm immune, why? What's different about my biology that lets me resist while billions succumb? These questions circle endlessly, unanswerable. There are no laboratories left, no scientists to run tests, no infrastructure to support research. I'm just a survivor with questions and no hope of answers. I dream about the world before. Not nightmares, but ordinary dreams. I'm at a coffee shop, ordering a complicated drink, annoyed that the barista gets my order wrong. I'm stuck in traffic, frustrated by the delay. I'm in a crowded elevator, uncomfortable with the proximity of strangers. These mundane frustrations that once filled my days now seem like impossible luxuries. To be annoyed by small inconveniences. To be surrounded by living, thinking, speaking people. To participate in the complex social dance of civilization. I wake from these dreams, and the loneliness is physical, a weight on my chest that makes breathing difficult. The wasteland stretches in all directions, empty of everything except the shells of people and the ruins of structures. I am alone in a way that people in the old world couldn't have conceived. Not just physically isolated, but temporally isolated. I exist in an after, and there's no going back to the before. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only uninfected person left. Statistics suggest there must be others, scattered across the wasteland, surviving in their own ways. But I've gone weeks without seeing anyone human. Just the infected, standing in their loose congregations, swaying to their unheard music. The loneliness makes me question my own reality. Am I really uninfected, or am I in an early stage, experiencing elaborate delusions before the fog descends completely? I test myself constantly. I speak aloud, checking that words still form correctly. I write in this journal, verifying that my thoughts remain coherent. I solve problems, navigate complex environments, make plans that extend days into the future. All evidence that I remain myself. But Sarah's journal ended with confusion and deteriorated handwriting, and I wonder if I would recognize my own decline, or if the infection blinds you to its progress. The mall I'm sheltering in makes sounds at night. Structural groans as temperature changes cause metal and concrete to expand and contract. Wind moving through open spaces. Small animals that have adapted to this new world, scurrying through abandoned stores. And underneath it all, almost subliminal, the breathing of the infected somewhere in the building. I'm not alone here. I'm never truly alone. I'll leave at first light. I always leave at first light. Staying in one place too long, even a place as large as this mall, creates patterns. Patterns mean predictability. Predictability means death, or worse, infection. So I'll gather my supplies, check my map for the next destination, and slip out through the service entrance. I scouted when I arrived. I'll move during the dangerous daylight hours until I find another shelter, another temporary safe space to occupy for a night. This is my life now: movement, hiding, survival. The reduction of existence to its most basic functions. I'm not living so much as persisting. Maintaining the biological processes that separate me from the infected without any higher purpose to guide me. But persistence is its own purpose. As long as I continue, as long as I remain uninfected and aware, I'm a testament that humanity hasn't entirely succumbed. I'm a witness to the after, documenting what remains in these audio logs that no one may ever hear. The infected are moaning again. That collective sound that rises with the dawn. They're waking, or what passes for waking in their altered state. Soon they'll begin their wandering, filling the spaces between buildings, making movement dangerous. I need to prepare. I need to check my supplies, plan my route, gather the courage to step out into the wasteland one more time. Marcus would tell me to be careful. He would remind me to check my corners, to move slowly, to trust my instincts. He taught me how to survive in this new world during our 6 weeks together. His knowledge, his strategies, they live on in my actions even though he's gone. In that way, he hasn't entirely succumbed. Part of him persists through me. Maybe that's what we all become eventually. Echoes in the actions of others. Memories carried forward by those who remain. The infected have lost their individual identities, but perhaps they exist now as part of something larger, a collective consciousness that operates without individual thought. And I carry forward the memories of the uninfected, bearing witness to who they were before the fog descended. The light is changing. Dawn is coming. I'm packing my supplies into my backpack, distributing weight evenly, making sure nothing rattles or clinks. I'm checking my knife, my only weapon, making sure it's secure but accessible. I'm taking deep breaths, preparing mentally for the careful navigation ahead. I'm trying not to think about how many days I have left before exhaustion catches up with me, before I make a fatal mistake, before my luck runs out. But I'll make it through today. I'll find shelter tonight. I'll record another log, marking one more day of survival. I'll persist because persisting is all I have left. Because someone needs to witness what the world has become. Because giving up would mean the infection wins completely, and I won't grant it that victory. Not today. Not yet. The mall is empty behind me as I slip through the service door. The wasteland stretches ahead, familiar in its desolation. The infected are stirring, beginning their eternal wandering. And I'm moving through the quiet hours that remain, one careful step at a time, carrying Sarah's journal and Marcus's lessons, bearing witness to the world that ended and the strange life that remains. This is day 348, or maybe 349. Tomorrow I'll try to remember to count the sunrise. Tomorrow I'll survive again. Tomorrow exists, and that's enough. Story 8. I first noticed it on a Tuesday. The sound came during that suspended hour between sleep and waking. The kind of time when the world hasn't quite decided what it wants to be. A scratching. Not the scratching of branches against glass, not the scraping of wind, but something deliberate, something with intention. My daughter's room is on the second floor. I've checked this 1,000 times. The drop from her window is easily 15 feet. There's nothing to climb, nothing to stand on. Nothing that could reasonably reach her window except perhaps a very tall ladder. And I've never seen a ladder. I rose from bed, my wife's breathing continuing its even rhythm beside me. She doesn't hear these things. She sleeps the sleep of the innocent. If innocence can be measured by the ability to ignore what lurks at the periphery of awareness. I pulled on my robe and moved through the hallway. The house was dark in that particular way that childhood homes become, where every shadow holds the memory of nightmares past and the promise of nightmares yet to come. Emma's door was slightly ajar. As always, she likes it that way. She's never been able to tolerate closed doors or locked windows, even though I've tried to encourage both. The air gets weird, she says, and when I ask what she means by weird, she just shrugs and returns to her drawing. She draws a lot these days. Houses mostly. Houses with windows that have very particular shapes. The scratching had stopped by the time I reached her room. I stood in the doorway, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. Emma was asleep, her breathing as deep and peaceful as her mother's. The window was closed, locked, just as it should be. The curtains were drawn. Nothing seemed amiss. But there was a smell, earthy and damp, like soil after rain mixed with something else, something organic, something that made my brain catalog it as wrong, before my conscious mind had time to analyze why. I checked the window thoroughly. No scratches on the glass, no marks on the sill, no signs of disturbance. I was being paranoid. Night sounds can sound like anything if you listen to them with the right amount of fear. I returned to bed, and my wife shifted slightly, as if acknowledging my return without fully waking. That was 3 weeks ago. The scratching comes every night now. Always around the same time, not precisely, but within that window of midnight to 2 in the morning. That threshold where time feels uncertain, where the distinction between today and tomorrow hasn't quite solidified. I've learned to distinguish variations in the sound. Some nights it's frantic, almost desperate. Other nights it's patient, methodical, as if whatever is out there has nothing but time. I've looked. God knows I've looked. I've examined the window frame millimeter by millimeter. I've checked the roof with a flashlight. I've crawled through the bushes below in my pajamas like a madman, desperate for some rational explanation. A branch, a curious animal, a neighborhood kid playing pranks, but I've never found anything. It's Emma who explains it to me, in her matter-of-fact way that children have when discussing the impossible. We're sitting in the kitchen one morning, eating breakfast. She's pushing cereal around her bowl without really eating it. Dark circles have begun to appear under her eyes. She's not sleeping well. The hands come when I'm almost asleep, she says, her voice carrying the flatness of someone reciting something she's explained many times before. Though this is the first time she's told me anything at all. They climb up the side of the house. When they reach the window, they tap. I repeat, as if the word might suddenly make sense in this context. Not tap like tap. Tap like tap, tap, scrape, over and over. They want me to open the window. She looks at me with eyes that seem much older than 8 years old. I'm not supposed to open the window. I know that. But sometimes I want to, because I want to see what they want. I feel something cold move through me. Not fear, precisely. Something before fear. Something foundational and primal. Have you seen them? I ask carefully. Not really. Just shapes. The shapes of hands, but not really hands. They're too big. The fingers are too long, and they move wrong. Not like hands are supposed to move. They can bend in places that hands don't bend. I want to tell her it's a dream. I want to believe it's a dream. But I've been lying awake for weeks, listening to the scratching. I know it's not a dream, and I suspect Emma knows it too. I increase security measures with the desperation of a man building walls against an enemy. He doesn't understand. I install motion sensors. I place a wooden dowel in the window track so it can't be opened from outside. I even consider installing bars. Though the implications of that step feel like an admission of something I'm not ready to admit. The scratching continues. One night, I wake to find Emma standing at her bedroom window in the dark. She's not asleep. There's a quality to her stillness that suggests consciousness. She's simply standing there, her hands pressed against the glass. On the other side, visible only in the faintest suggestion of movement, something else presses back. The shapes are wrong. They're composed of angles and joints that seem to have no biological purpose. They move with a fluidity that suggests not bones but something else. Something that has never needed to maintain human, like constraints. Emma, I whisper, terrified to speak louder, as if volume might alert whatever is out there to my presence. She turns to me slowly. Her face in the darkness is almost serene. "They're trying to teach me how to open windows," she says. "They've been teaching me for a long time. Soon I'll understand. Soon I'll be able to open them from this side." I pull her away. The shapes at the window pause their motion, as if observing us, as if judging us, and then they resume their climbing, always climbing, always reaching toward windows that are now reinforced and locked and increasingly inadequate. I've stopped sleeping. I sit in the hallway outside Emma's room, listening to the sounds. The scratching has become multi-layered now. There are multiple hands, I realize. Or perhaps the same hand, moving to different windows, because the sounds now come from all around the house. Front, back sides. The sound of fingers dragging against glass. The sound of searching. My wife believes me now. I can see it in her eyes. She's stopped pretending. We've contacted the police, who came and found nothing. We've had the house inspected by professionals who found no evidence of climbing, no indication that anything has touched the windows. We've begun researching in that desperate way people do, looking for patterns, for explanations, for anything that might make sense of the senseless. And then, last night, something changed. The scratching stopped. For the first time in weeks, the scratching simply ceased. I waited, tense and alert, but the silence continued. Complete. Absolute. Almost worse than the sound itself. I found Emma in the kitchen in the morning. She was drawing, as always. But this time, the drawing was different. It wasn't a house. It was a hand. Enormous and detailed, with too many joints, with fingers that curved in ways that seemed anatomically impossible. And at the palm of this hand, where a face might be, she'd drawn a small circle, a simple dot like an eye, like multiple eyes. They're not trying to get in anymore, Emma said without looking up from her drawing. What do you mean? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. They already know how. They're waiting now. They're patient. They're going to keep teaching me until I understand. And then I'm going to show them what I've learned. The scratching hasn't resumed. The silence continues. And every night, I find new drawings, new variations on the theme of hands, new configurations of fingers and joints, each one more elaborate than the last, each one carried out with an understanding that far exceeds what an 8-year-old should possess. And in those moments before sleep, in that suspended hour between night and tomorrow, I lie in bed and listen. I listen to the sound of nothing. I listen to the sound of waiting, and I wonder when Emma learns to open the windows. Not just the physical ones, but the other kind, the ones between here and there. What exactly will come climbing through? Sometimes, in the dark, I catch myself drawing my hands in ways that don't feel natural, in configurations that seem to serve purposes I don't understand, and I wonder if they've been teaching me too. The scratching might have stopped, but I can feel the hands now, inside my head, teaching, demonstrating, patiently showing me all the ways that windows can open. And with that, our time tonight comes to an end. To everyone who stayed until the very last moment, thank you. Truly, having you here sharing these shadows makes the darkness feel a little less empty. I'm grateful you chose to spend a piece of your night here with me. I hope these stories brought you that quiet shiver, the kind that makes you feel alive. There's something special about this. All of us, connected by the love of a good story, whispered in the dark. I'll be back soon with more echoes from the void, more mysteries waiting to be told. Until then, rest well, sleep deeply, and if you hear footsteps that shouldn't be there, just remember they're only stories. Oh, and before you drift off, if you enjoyed our time together, a like and a subscribe will make sure we meet again, somewhere in the dark. Thanks for listening. I'll see you next time.